Oh, snap. Check.
Just became a job.
All right, chat. Welcome back. Oh my goodness. It's Hap is here. Rugmat is here. Finite and Nafron. Good stuff. Good to see you all. Thank you. Well, I'll say thanks for the subs once I come on camera, but thank you both, Finite and Nafron. Appreciate you being early birds and dropping in that the resubs. And holy moly, it's been a long time for both of you. Just another minute, chat. Just have work stuff going on, personal stuff going on. First stream back since being on a break. Appreciate you all being patient and bearing with me. But we'll get into the usual shenanigans shortly, I promise. Alrighty, chat. One camera is down. The GoPro seems to not want to hold the charge. I think I don't have it plugged into a good USB outlet. So we'll have to sort that out by next stream. It is what it is. But we're going to get this thing going now. I'm liking this music, by the way. Yeah. Hey. All right. Hype train. What? A hype train is close. You all are too kind. What's up, Elliot? Elliot Brand. Good to see you, Rambling Geeks, in the chat as well. We're gonna do the intro dance. Everybody, get your emotes ready. Jim, pause the music. Good job, Jim. You're on the ball. Little vacation. Maybe you were burnt out. Is that what was going on, Jim? You were just burnt out from so many streams every week?
Became a job.
This just became another job. Nafron, you're too kind. We'll catch up on that after the dance, okay? Appreciate you, though, in the moment, seeing it. FBI. Shawnee! Okay. Jim, listen, folks, chat. Jim must be refreshed after the break. I'm like, hey, Jim, we're going to stop the music. Boom, music stopped right away. And he knows what to do next, doesn't he? He does? Jim! What's up, Copperbeard? Good to see you. We're going to start dancing. Welcome in. Happy to have you all here right off the bat. Kicking off the stream strong. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Get your eyebrows ready. Get your emotes ready. Get the clap emotes, glow sticks, whatever you like to do to dance along with me in the chat room. I love to see it. Also, we're going to turn the cam on. And let's get the dance going. Whoa. Wait a minute. What is that camera angle? Did it? Oh, the phone fell over. I'm right here. Hi. And then that one's empty. Whatever. Oh, you got it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, chat. You got it. Go ahead. Control the camera. I'm going to fix this one. Clap. Better. Fixed it. Awkward stairs. Eyebrow dance incoming. Thank you all in the chat for dancing along with me. It gets me pumped up when I see that. Appreciate you all. Happy Friday. How are you all doing? How have you been? It's been 2 weeks since we've connected here on a live stream, whether you're watching on twitch.tv/clarkio or youtube.com/clarkio. Clarkio. Did you all peep the new profile picture, by the way? Yes, it is Friday. Thank you for that, Rugmat. Good to see you all. Rugmat, Rambling Geek, Finite. Scroll up a bit. Sean A. Meeting time back in a bit. Okay, good. Have a good one. Nafron, good to see you. Elliot Brand, Copper Beardy, Stream Elements Bot. It's Hap. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate you joining me, being early birds, although I was late today. It's first stream back, okay? I updated OBS, okay? Shouldn't have done that. Everything was going smoothly though, so I'll chalk that up as a win, as a W. There's first win of the week right there, chat. Get your wins ready. If you don't know what that is about, WOTW in the chat. The Stream Elements bot will respond to you, give you a little bit more context on what that's about, and we'll celebrate wins together. No pressure though. Welcome to the Clarkio Shenanigans Show every Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, with few exceptions when I'm on vacation and stuff like that, or just pressing work things might come up, whatever it may be. But generally speaking, every Friday, right here on Twitch and YouTube. Okay, what do? We chat for a little bit and hang out. Jim, our producer behind the scenes, keeps things moving along with the music in the background. Look at that. He's on top of it. He had a little bit of a vacation. He's refreshed. He's not lagging behind. He's on the ball today, chat. Okay, so that's Jim's got us all, good to go production wise. He fixed the camera. I helped him out a little bit with that for the intro dance. He's still working on charging up the GoPro camera angle, which is right on the desk. We'll see. Maybe by the end of this, we'll be able to take a look at that angle, just so you can see all different shapes and sizes of me in three-dimensional, as two-dimensional, three-dimensional, quadrimensional as possible. Okay? So we tried to provide that here. The one stream, the one programming stream you'll ever see that has this many cameras in one place at a time, where you can get every possible angle, 6-7 ways to Sunday, where the sun don't shine. Something like that. I don't know what the expression is, but I just put that together and that sounds good to me. I'm running with it. So we just chat. We talk about our wins of the week. I shared, if you don't know what that is, there's a command in chat. Nafron popped it in there, which is awesome. Everybody else that knows about it already and is you get them queued up. Let's go. Let's hear it. Let's see what you got to do. We got to practice our Freudenfreude. If you don't know what Freudenfreude is, look up that word. It's fantastic. It's exactly what we've been doing here all along without even knowing it. I never knew that term prior to a couple weeks ago. Freudenfreude. Freudenfreude. Boom. Practice it. Keep it going. Celebrate each other's wins. That's what we're going to do. Then we'll play a little Wordle, maybe some words on stream. And then we're continuing the security event project that we've been working on for weeks and weeks. And it's coming to a close, chat. Chat, look at me. Look close. It's coming to a close. I can't believe that. We really have it pretty well and functional right now. I have a lot to catch you up on with that. I have a lot to catch you up on in general because I've been gone for a week. I went to London. I got to meet people, my coworkers. I got to meet developers in the community. Oh, thank you. Wow. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to play words on stream right away. I got quite the spread in front of me here. So I'll catch you all up on that during our just chatting segment, okay? And then we'll get into things. But before I go further, I need to thank folks in the chat for showing their support right off the bat, even before I was on camera. Like, before you saw this beautiful, handsome, immaculate, flawless. I'm saying this all facetiously. Like, I do not believe this about myself, okay? Everybody knows that. I'm self-deprecating, but I'm trying to reverse that voice in my head and say that I love myself. Cringe. So before my wonderful face was on screen, these people showed support in their own unique ways. Finite coming in hot with the 19 months resubscription. Says 19 months. Random fact about the number 19. 19 is the 8th prime number and is the only prime number. That's not the end of it. It's the only prime number that is divisible by 19. Wonderful fact. Thank you for that. Appreciate you. Pizzazz. Boom. Okay, next up that I see in the queue here is Nafron. with the 24 months resubscription. Already, I discovered a lot in 2 years. Thanks, Clarkio. Thank you, Nafron. I'm glad to hear that because that's what we strive for on the stream, okay? I have 2 goals in mind, and if I can hit on one or both of them in a single stream, then I will have achieved these goals for every stream that I produce. And those 2 goals are, I want to make you laugh, smirk, smile, giggle, chuckle, whatever. Just some type of, like, you know, laughter-related emotion I want to evoke, okay? For you and myself. 1. And 2, I want you to learn something new. Whether it's a little small little tidbit, tippity tap, trick or tip or trick, or like something mind-blowing, you know, that you never knew before. I don't know. Sometimes that happens. We learn a lot on this channel together, forever. Okay? So Nafron sharing that with me, saying that they discovered a lot in 2 years on the stream. It means the world to me to hear that because that means I'm achieving the goal that I set out with this stream. That's all I'm trying to do with the stream. I don't care about anything else with it. I appreciate connecting with you all. I appreciate either evoking some happiness and laughter out of it from you, and then maybe you learn something. That's it. And Nafron also gifting a 1-month subscription to Elliot Brand. So thank you, Nafron, for your generosity, and welcome in. You know what that means, chat. That sound means my little sis is in the chat. Call her out. Don't let her hide in the chat. Caterade is here and going back to Cali. So Nafron, thank you again for your generosity, and Elliot Brand, enjoy the new emotes that you have access to, especially my favorite, thanks to Finite Singularity for creating it and creating it as an emote in his own channel, the Clarky2 Brow, the animated one. I love that one. Finite says, I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me, in quotes. Yeah, exactly. All right. Okay. So, one thing to catch you up all on, I was in London last week for a work trip. What are we talking about? We were talking about all kinds of randomness. Rambling Geek, come on. You know the drill here. Congrats on the job, says Elliot to Rambling Geek. What is Rambling Geek? Rambling Geek's win of the week? Is that what it is? I got so much to catch up on chat still. You all are just going nuts in there. Finance says, I was going to say apologies. I've missed the last couple of streams, but it turns out you had already abandoned us. Yeah. No, we appreciate you. Thank you, Finance. I appreciate that. Thank you. Rambling Geek's win of the week. New gig. I fixed something. You got a new gig. You fixed something on your 3rd day that had been an issue for 6 months, and you have peaked. I don't think you peaked. You're only getting started, Rambling Geek. Congrats on the new gig. Congrats on the success and those wins within the gig so far. And thank you for sharing. That's awesome. Good stuff. Finite Singularity's win of the last week. Finite spent the week of amazing skiing out in Colorado with his cousin. Had a bucket list day, bluebird waist deep powder day at Vail, and got a ton of it on video. That sounds wonderful. I'm so happy for you and glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing as well. Round of applause for Finite Singularity. Finance says the Rambling Geek, sounds like it's time for you to hand in your resignation. Elliot Brand's win of the week. Elliot's Blazer social network app was finally accepted into the iOS App Store. That's a huge accomplishment. Congrats on that. That's a tough thing to do. They're pretty stringent, huh? That's awesome stuff. Thank you for sharing, Elliot Brand, and congrats on that. Rambling Geek says, I so wish I could met up with you. Such bad timing for me. Yes, you know, there'll probably be other opportunities. I don't know, not in the distant future, at least right now, but, you know, something might pop up, and maybe we'll get that chance, Rambling Geek. Or maybe you come over to the U.S. That's the other thing, folks. If you're ever here in the U.S. or you're from the U.S. and you're in the Florida area or something like that, feel free to hit me up in the Discord. The link to that is clarkio.com/Discord, or you could just click the link in the chat from the stream moment spot there. The Discord command shares it. That way you don't have to type it out yourself. So you can keep in touch with me, connect with me there, and then we can schedule something up to get a coffee, a drink, whatever it may be, whatever you're comfortable with. I'm down. Love to meet people. Which is my win. One of my wins that I want to share with you since last stream is I went on a trip to London, which was a great opportunity. I'm super grateful for that. Work, making that happen so that we can all meet in person. So that was fantastic to be able to. I got to meet my boss, my pretty much all of my teammates except like one or few there, because one had COVID right before the whole event. So unfortunately, they did not make it as a result of that. I got to meet a lot of people within other teams and within our organization, leadership up the chain. It was just all around good stuff. And the one thing that stood out to me from that trip was they organized a charity event kind of thing that we did, where we all worked together to create bags of food for meals to ship off to children that to help with world hunger. It gets shipped to their schools so that they make sure, because like apparently there's issues with if you ship them directly to the neighborhood, people like some of the male adults will just take the food and not give it to the children and women and stuff like that. So in this case, they end up shipping them. It was very heartfelt, kind of. They showed us like an intro video. Anyway, I felt grateful for the opportunity to do that and give back and be part of that whole thing. And it was just an amazing experience doing that. They had music playing, so we're kind of like dancing around and having a good time while working and putting these meal bags together. And we put together 125,000 bags, which ends up being like each one is like I forget how it breaks down, but it's like so many meals that it provides, like a ridiculous amount of meals. And so we did that for our offsite in London. Then there's another part of the organization that did theirs this week in Boston in the US, and they did 125,000 bags of meals as well. So like 250,000 bags in total from the company and us working on that. Like, just amazing to be part of something like that. It feels good. And I'm glad to be giving back, kind of thing, All right. So I'm going to eat while this stuff is hot. So we're going to play Words on Stream in the meantime to hold over until then. Then we'll get into more chatting a little bit, wins of the week, because like I said, I have a lot to catch you up on. The London trip was a bit of a doozy. It was fun. I'm grateful for it, but I'm glad to be home too, because it was a bit of a doozy. I'll explain details on that. And what else? And the project. I want to catch you up on the project a little bit. We'll get into that when we get to the technical segment of the stream. Alrighty? All right, let me get Words on Stream queued up here. For those of you that never played before, don't worry. We play as a team. It's a fun thing to do together. I'm going to open up Notepad to keep my CPU a little intact here. Or say fake. Hidden. And we're good to go there. That. Oh, whoa. Whoops. Okay. Why is my fancy zones not working for Windows Power Tools? Un momento, por favor. Fancy zones. Layout editor. Yeah, keep the wins of the week coming. Thank you, Sean, for dropping yours there. Catch up with that in a second. I thought I had one. How do I edit this? Come on. Okay, I think I should be good now. Yes. Sign in. Close it and no, I got it all squared away. It's just I thought I had saved the scenes, but or not the scene, but like the layout that I had. All right, here you go, Chatterinos. We can play this while I eat, okay? What's up, M. Huggins? Good to see you. Sean's win of the week. I gave a suggestion that brought a stage in the build down for 5 minutes to 4 seconds. I gave a suggestion that brought the stage in the build down. Nice. That's awesome. It took a second for me to understand what you're saying, but I get what you're saying. So a build taking 5 minutes and now 4 seconds. That's fantastic. Congrats on that. Beat me to it, Huggins. All right, one more. One more and a messed up UI? What do you mean? Oh. Somebody got inch already. All right, continue. I did. You like it, Green? Good to see you, Green. How you doing? What's your win of the week? Jason Eric Davis, good to see you as well. Get your wins of the week in. I'll be sure to search for them. Don't worry about it being lost in the chat. Once we're done playing Words on Stream and I'm done eating here. Good to see you all. Happy Friday. Welcome in. The coding recruit, welcome in. TypeScript Tea Time, good to see you. Welcome in as well. All right, we got fake letter. Nice. J is fake. J is fake. It's not Rome? Alphabetically between move and rove, so it either starts, maybe it starts with an O? Oh, over. Boom. Boom. All right, let's take stock of what we got so far. We're level 11 next. Okay, good job. First round. Barry Duina, good to see you. Welcome in. We have Jason Eric Davison first, Sean, myself, M. Huggins, Green, Rugmac, Coding Recruiter, TypeScript Tea Time, and Mate Magitech Dev. Welcome in. Hey, I didn't see that before. Sorry I missed your message. Thank you for being here and playing. All right, we're still dealing with fake letter. One fake letter. Lagoon. Green coming in hot. B might be fake. I think B might be fake. B or R. Okay, so I think it's R. I think, right, chat? We think it's R. R is fake. Yeah, because like groan should work, right? Or maybe not. Loan. All right, we're a few points away. We got this. Still some time, chat. Come on. Come on. Don't let level 11 get us. Bool. Bong? Bing bang? Yeah, bang. Oh no. No! Dang it. Level 11. All right, we'll play one more round. I'm almost done eating. Nice job. Hey, computer. Good to see you, buddy. How are you doing? I see you streaming a lot. I love to see it. Hi, Pewter. I just got back from London and I didn't get stuck there like you. That's good to hear. That's good to hear you're addicted to streaming. Good times. Oh, is that the case, computer? They'll let me back even if I had COVID? I didn't have COVID while I was there. But I did get sick. Chat, you absolutely obliterated this level 1. Nice job. I'll be right back. Did you see Bauer? Ow! Chat, I'm checking if I can let you all get a sneak peek of using the public version of the app we've been working on. So that's the other thing I'm doing while I finished eating, so thank you for playing this game while I'm eating. And I'm gonna see if maybe we can give you access to like a beta of what we got going on. I'll let you know. We'll know more by the time we get to that point anyway. You're so funny, Sean. Nice, Rug Matt. Conk. Nice job, chat. We're going to level 8. Jason Eric Davison first again. Then Magitech Dev, Green, Huggins, Coding Recruiter, Kyputer, myself, Rugmat, and TypeScript Tea Time. Ads? Oh, shoot, ads. I already tried Pale. X is probably fake, right? Because Axel should have worked. Ah, Green, you beat me to it. Ah. Lapel, yeah, that should work, right? Oh, there's no 2 L's. There's 2 A's. Papa. There we go. We got the goal. We reached the goal, chat. Appeal Rugmat. Nice. There's only 5-letter words left. Elapa. All right, we're going to level 10. Level 10, here we come. What's up, MABDE? Welcome in, happy to have you here. F might be fake, yeah. Wallows. Rugmat. Nice. Why didn't I think to put the S in there, the plural? All right, we're 7 points away. We need like 1 or 2 more words. We'll be good. Boom. Done. Chat. This game is easy. Frackberg, nice. All right, wow, chat. We skipped 3 levels, I think. What's the last 6-letter word? Alphabetically after after allows, and before wallow. I wonder what it was. Weed Malachi. Weed Malachi? Weed Malachi? Hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. Thank you for playing the game with us. Level 13. Let's see. This is our best so far today. Nice job, chat. All right, we got a fake and a hidden letter. This is hard. Wow. Nice job, chat. S-P-I-C-E-P-I-E-S. Okay. Pix. Okay. I'm guessing Q is fake. Q is probably fake. Spec. S-P-E-C. Okay. We haven't figured out the hidden letter yet. That will unlock quite a bit, I bet. Could be specs. Pines. Pine. Lies. Pins. Ices. I-C-E-S. That's all in there. Nice job, though, Jason Eric Davis. Spices. No, so there isn't 2 S's. We haven't tried F. Any words with F? Fine. Flies. Fish. There's an extra I. I is hidden. There's another I in there. There's 2 I's. I don't, we need like 2 more words, chat. What's that mean? Sacrifice pies? No. Level 13. I don't like ending on that note. We're gonna go again. We're gonna go again. We're gonna rock this. Rock you like a hurricane. Actually, I gotta do the Wordle still, too. Win of the week, a bit late, but did not die from slipping on ice in my driveway while clearing the snow. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you for sharing. 2 I's and 2 C's, not a lot of vowels. Yeah, that's wild. Very, very wild. All right, let's play one more. And then this is the absolute last. Congrats, the world would be more boring if you did, Frackberg. Yeah. I do, however, have a bruise from mid-thigh to my shoulder. Good meds, though. Sorry to hear about that. What is that word alphabetically? 4-letter word alphabetically before come. I don't know what it would be. Oh, skip 3 levels. All right, level 4. Here we come. Nope. Nice job, Rugmat. Go, chat. Go. Go, chat. Go. Nice, Magitech. That was the one I was looking at next. All right, alphabetically between note and toke. Newt? Photo? Oboe. Nice. Who was that? Rugmat? All right, we're doing good. Level 7, level 7. We're flying through this, chat. Flying through. All right, we're doing... F or F is fake, I think. I think F is fake. Dealing with a fake letter this time. F is fake. Yeah, Jason. Yep. Huggins and Jason agree. Okay. Load. Mew, what is that? M-O-U-E. Ooh, D is fake. D is fake. What's up, Triple B? D is fake. D is fake. Turning.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Michael Jolly cares. Bald bearded builder. All right, what are we going to skip? 2 levels? All right, level 12. We're close to our best for today. Hey, look how many points I got, chat. 69. 62 by Magic Tech Dev, Jason Eric Davis, Emma Huggins, Fragberg, Green, Coding Recruiter, Rug Matt, Sean, M, and Danger Mouse. Welcome in, Danger Mouse. I didn't see your messages earlier. Happy to have you here. Thank you for playing. Nice. Ooh. All right, B is fake. B is fake. B is fake. Because I tried Bless. Didn't work. All right, we're at least going to level 13, our record for today. Oh, yeah. We're definitely skipping 3 levels now. We're going to do our best right now. This is our best for today. Whoa, what is going on my camera? A little too much action for the CPU today. I'm not going to be able to program, am I? Also, I mean, words on stream eats up a lot of my processing power, I guess, so far. All right, let's take stock. Myself, Magic Tech Dev, Jason Eric Davis, Huggins, Coding Recruiter, Frackberg, Green, Rugmat, Sean A, Abe, Abdi, M. Abdi, Danger Mouse, and Bald Bearded Builder. Just keep it up, chat. We got this. Best yet. Level 15. We got a fake and a hidden. Fake and a hidden. Fake and a hidden. Wow. What in the world? All right, E is hidden. E is hidden. Is higher? Is H fake? H is fake. H is fake. There we go. Go, chat. Go. Boom. Going to level 16. I don't know what that word is, but I tried it. All right, alphabetically between Drew and Ride. 4-letter word. How do you spell read? R-E-I-D, right? Ired. Jason Eric Davis. Yay, yeah. Best today, level 18. Let's go, chat. Woo! All right. Y'all see yourself on the board? Good job getting us through it. Jason Eric Davis, 22 points that round. Then Frackberg. Big hunkin' backpacks. PB, baby. Personal best for today. Our record ever is 27 without cheating, 28, level 28 with cheating. All right, we got fake and a hidden still. What do we got? What's it going to be? Track. Rack. Cigar. C-I-G-A-R. Nice. Gert. Oh, it's all 5-letter words. 5-letter words. L is fake, we're saying? L is fake. Okay, we're going to say L is fake. L is fake? I don't know how you figure that. Because T could be fake too, right? T could be fake. How do you know T isn't fake, Magitech? I don't know about that. I'm going to hold off on that one. Gertie. Shrug. No worries. Triage? Triangle? Triangle? This is a hard one. Is this guilt? Guilt. Dang. Race car? Rager? I don't know. Oh man, what in the world could this tailgate? You think T is fake? Yeah, you're right. Look at that. And then there's an E. Logger, nice. Lacer. Oh, nice job, chat. It was a good try. Level 18, best for today. That's pretty good considering our numbers and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, did a good job, chat. We did good. That's a good record for today. As you can see, our overall, we're going to exit out of this, but nice job. Shout out to Jason Eric Davis with 100 points. I was close behind with 97. Magitech right there, too, as well, 93. Huggins, Frackberg, Green, Coding Recruiter, Rugmat, Sean A, M. Abididi, Danger Mouse 8, and Bold Bearded Builder. Appreciate you all for playing. Thank you for being here. You can see our record is level 28. That was with a little bit of cheating. I was using an anagram solver and helping out, okay? But we've made it to level 27 without any cheating. So that's kind of cool. That's cool. All right, chat. I'm going to play Wordle now. Have you all played the Wordle today? Don't spoil it for me. I'm just double checking some stuff. Okay, it's Bob. Thanks. It's not Bob. All right, chat, I'm going to ignore you so I can play. All right, if you haven't played Wordle before, it's kind of like a little bit like words on stream, but you don't get letters to guess for the words. There's one word every 24 hours. We play together as a community, drop our results in the hidden format in the Wordle channel in the Discord. Speaking of the Discord, if you need the link to that, It's there through the Discord command, or you can just go to clarkio.com/Discord for the invite, join up, hang around in the Wordle channel and share your results each week, but make sure to hide the results. Although I hide them because everybody knows I always start with my guess of being farts. So if you see my results, then you'll get an idea and it'll give you a little bit of a head start. If you don't want a head start, I hide it. There's a hidden mechanism there. Schmerple. What's up, JT? Good to see you, buddy. While I'm playing Wordle, if you haven't shared your win of the week just yet, drop it in the chat. Would love to hear more about your wins and celebrate with you. There's lots of like fuzz in the air. I don't know what's going on. All right, so Wordle, 5-letter word. Every 24 hours, it's a new word. You guess it, try to guess it in as little tries as possible and as little guesses as possible. I always start out with farts, and then that gives me hints along the way. Those hints are the F, A, T, and S. Those letters are not in the word. That's why they're signified through that from the gray background. And then the green background means R is in the word and in the correct position of the 5-letter word. So now what I need to do, excuse me, didn't want to cough in your ear, getting over a little allergies or something going on. And I went on mute for that. So I'm going to guess now something with an R in the middle like that. So like, I'm blanking right now of words that have an R in the middle of it. Like, I can't do T, CH, can't do SH, like shrink, try, slurp. Wired? That's a good guess. I like that guess because then I get the I and the E to see if those vowels are in there. Not too sure about having the W in there. It's likely not, but let's try it anyway. Oh, big value. The W was in there. I stand corrected. So now we know it starts with W. Is it Wordle? Just kidding. Worky. Warren? Worth. No. Warch. It's either O or U in there, right? There's no way it's like WHR. No. It's got to be a vowel in there. So I'm going to guess things with W-O-R. Worry. The double letters usually get me caught up. So I'm going to try this to rule this out. It's going to stink if there isn't 2 R's in there. But it'll let me know if there's a Y or an O at least. So there's some value in that. It was worry. Oh, too good. Too good. Just too good. All right, so now I'm going to share my results in the... Do it. Do it. Make your dreams come true. Nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible. What are you waiting for? Just do it. So angry. No, I can't. I already did. I don't need to do it again. Boom. Oh, yeah. All right, I shared it in the Discord. The Discord channel is the Wordle channel. All right, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to code now. So I might just chat with you all a little bit and then see if I can get it working because the CPU's gone down a little bit now. It's down to 70-something. Close all this out. All these. What's this? Time to... Oh, yeah. This is Freud and Froda.
I just learned about this made-up word that is very because it can bring more joy, positivity, and good vibes, high stoke into your life. Sun's coming up. The word is called Freudenfreude.
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 New York Times wrote this article about it. You can check that out.
Yeah, you can check that out.
Freude means finding bliss in other people's joy. It means you're riding high with people who are riding high. It basically means you're becoming part of other people's joy. It's positive empathy. And when you do it, it feels good. It feels good! But we don't do it enough. Because a lot of times we're worried that if someone else is doing good, that it means we're doing bad, that their success means our failure.
Nope.
Sometimes it's easier to feel good when people feel bad.
Right.
That's a real word called Schadenfreude. The thing is, that's actually easier to do a lot of times when we're down. When you're down, it's hard to summon this ability of finding joy in other people's joy. The more good you feel about people feeling good, the more good we all feel. So in that article, they say that you can work out your Freudenfreude like it's a muscle. You can get out there and you can do some drills. No squats, no pull-ups, but you can do some drills. Drill number 1. You got to show interest in other people's joy and their success.
I'm interested in your joy, chat.
Get into it.
What's your win of the week, chat?
If they're feeling
Getting
good,
stoked.
you're feeling good about them feeling good, we're all going to feel good.
We're all feeling
Number
good.
2, you got to look at other people's success as success and your success and feeling good about that success. Number 3, man, you got to share credit. When you do something good, tell everybody who helped you get there.
You.
The more credit we share,
You, chat.
the more people involved, the more good is a communal thing. The more joy is a communal thing. The more stoke is a communal thing.
More stoke.
Fourth thing that researchers say you can work out for that Freudenfreude muscle
Freudenfreude.
is you got to be a fan of joy.
I
You gotta
am.
ask people what's going good. You got to have conversations.
What's good,
about
chat?
Who's doing well? Bring it out.
Who's doing well?
Freude the fuck out of 2020.
Freudenfreude the fuck out of 2023.
Big and small.
Let's Freudenfreude. Citations. New York Times piece by Julie Fraga. Research and drills by Catherine Chambliss. And additional info, Erica Weiss. Boom, chat. That is why we do wins of the week. I had no idea we were practicing and working out our Freudenfreude muscle all this time. But I'm going to keep bringing that up every week to remind you and get it drilled into your head and into my own head. Remembering to do that throughout the week and not just on Fridays during the Clarkio Shenanigans show. Okay? Think about it. Keep it in the back of your mind. Do your best to do that. Take joy in other people's joy. Now, Last Ray Did just says, wait, does that make you a joy stealer? No, I don't think so. I think that makes you a joy joiner. You're joining in the joy of somebody else's excitement. Genuinely. Lots of j sounds there. Genuinely joining the joyfulness together. Together to... Yeah, I couldn't... I tried. You get the idea. Frackberg says, next week on Friday Shenanigans Show, Clarkio builds a new PC. Negatory. Not happening. I got other builds going on right now. So, not happening. All right, so I told you all I'd share. It's story time. And so we're going to hang out and talk a little bit because I need to let this PC kind of take a rest. In fact, I'm going to knock out the pretzel rock. So there's not going to be any music moving forward right now. Anything I can do to lessen the CPU load right now and try to get VS Code up and running while I'm chatting with you all with the project. Okay? That's what we're going to do. Huggins says, I always start with the word raise. It gets a couple vowels out of the way. Yeah, that's a good one. I've heard heart is a good one. Adieu, A-D-I-E-U, is a good one to get like pretty much all the vowels out, right? So I would, but I'm not about being strategic. I'm about being consistent, and I can't wait for the day. Because here's the thing. There's two ways. Oh, boy. Oh, hey, oh, hey, oh, whoa. Oh, my goodness. VS Code. I opened up VS Code. That's what happened. I really think it's the new camera, the Elgato capture card that I have, that is causing this. Partially, okay? It's partially causing this. The other part is the number of cameras that are hooked up to it, and it's trying to aggregate the feed. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't have, my PC's just not, it's streaming. It's processing the graphics of the stream, the bits for that, while also trying to produce the video capture coordination from the Elgato capture. It's just like, oh, it's down now. It's down to 50% CPU. Okay, good. It was just loading up. All right. What was I talking about? The day you don't start with farts is the day farts is the word. Exactly, Green. So that's what I'm saying. When I my strategy for Wordle is the one day, hopefully, that I guess the word on the first try is when the word is farts. I can't wait. I can't wait for that to be the day. I'm banking on it. They're gonna run out of words at some point. Okay, we're up to what is this Wordle? This Wordle was number. What was this Wordle? It's like 500 and something. 587 Wordle. There's only so many 5-letter words in the English language, right? So they're gonna run out at some point. And as they start getting towards the end, even if they didn't want to use farts as one of the words, it's going to have to be a word so that they can keep the game going. They get a lot of engagement, a lot of users playing this. I mean, I've been playing it practically every day for, I don't know, over a year now at least, right? Since it's been around. So it's going to have to be farts one day. So that's my strategy with Wordle. Stay consistent with my first guess. However, it's not necessarily the best first guess because it doesn't knock out a lot of the vowels. But I mean, I get an S, a T in there, an A, an R. They're common letters. F is not as common, I would say, but the rest are common letters that it's a decent start. So that's my strategy, and I'm sticking to it. It is what it is. TypeScript T-Tom says, win of the week after 4 years without a kitchen sink. We finally bought one to be delivered next week. Congrats on that. How in the world did you get by without a sink prior to that? What were you doing before? I'm very curious. You've piqued my interest. Green says the free dictionary lists more than 158,000 words with 5 letters. The official Scrabble dictionary, which allows some pretty obscure 5-letter words, puts the number at about 9,000. Which one is the Wordle using? Is it using 158,000 words? Because then that's a lot of... We got a long time to go. Green says use the neighbor sink. Yeah, maybe. Rambling Geek says I have 5 webcams connected via USB to an A64 and an A6400 like camera via Elgato Capture Card 4K MK2, and it runs fine on a Ryzen 37 8-core. So I have plenty of RAM. What am I running? System. Is that what I want? All right, so Fart Desk, which is my device name, has a processor which is Intel Core i7 7700K CPU at 4.2 gigahertz. Okay, that's not a bad CPU still to this day. I would say it's a bit outdated compared to the latest and greatest, but it's still a good CPU, right? I don't know how many cores that is. How do I tell that? I guess in my I have 4 cores. So that might be the problem. I don't have that many cores in this. But 8 logical processors. So I think it's 4 physical cores, but 8 like virtual. Okay? At 4.2 gigahertz. So that might be my bottleneck, is that I'm at 4 cores where typically, like you said, you're at 8 cores there, Rambling Geek. But it is what it is. 32 gigs of RAM. And then my graphics processor card is NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2070 Super, which also pretty good graphics card still. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Thank you for the high five, Yanni, and good to see you, Yanni. It's a pretty good graphics card. You know what I mean? Like it's getting to the point where it's starting to age out. I think I built it back in 2017, 18. So we're going on 5 years now, ish, maybe 6, something like that. I did it on stream. I don't remember when I built it on stream, but it was it was right around, I want to say 2017, 2018. So it's still a good computer. I'm still happy with it, but I'm starting to see the edges of it, the limits of it in terms of like, my uses. So it might be time that I start beefing it up, but I just don't. I'm not quite in the mark yet, especially financially. So what we're doing right now, speaking of that, we haven't done anything to the house in quite some time. So we're getting our kitchen kind of redone a little bit here and there. We're getting we just got the walls painted, And we redid our laundry room. Laundry room's done. It looks great. Those of you that have seen it before on stream when I was repairing my dryer, I did a dryer repair stream, which was fun. Need to do something like that again in the future. I don't have any projects like that really. The dishwasher was like the latest project. The dishwasher is officially won, I think. I think it's dead. And we're gonna be due for it. So you get what I'm saying? So I'm gonna need a new dishwasher, which costs a significant amount of money. It's been out of what's the word I'm looking for? Out of service since like the Thanksgiving holiday, I want to say, at least Christmas time. So December at least. So like probably over a month now. At least, if not more. So I need to get a new dishwasher. I don't need to get a new fridge and oven, but we're changing things around enough in the kitchen. So we painted the walls. We're going to be getting the cabinets refinished and painted a different color. They're brown right now. We're changing them to white. We just selected new countertops material and started put a down payment on that, and we have to pick out a new sink, which we're going to be doing this weekend, I think. Speaking of the sink, that's what brought this up, TypeScript Tea Time. That's why. So yeah, that's where the money's going right now. Basically, my wife and I were saving up to put money down for a down payment on a new house because we're in a relatively humble and small house. This is our first house. And it's fine. It's a great house. I love living here. I don't really want to move. I don't think we don't need to move either. We just kind of want to have a little bit more space, like slightly bigger than what we have. However, if you're familiar, I think it's across the globe, but especially in the US, the housing market is just insane. Everything's like, we used to look at houses and know what the prices were like pre-pandemic. And now they're like astronomical. So like we're like looking at it just like, oh my gosh, that house we could have gotten then. Not that I was going to try and get it then. We weren't really even feeling like it then. But anyway, I digress. So we were saving up to put a down payment on a house, and now we're like, you know what, we're going to be staying here longer. Let's invest more in this house. So that's what we're doing, and that's where the money's going. Housing is all over the place. Yes, Green. So that's what's going on with that. So that's another update to share with you all since last time I streamed. We've been getting work done on the house. I went to London. While I was in London, which the flight, so I get anxiety with flying fairly bad. Like not so bad that I'm afraid to get on the plane, but when I'm on the plane, my heart races. I have on my watch the heart rate monitor and it like skyrockets. Okay. Like in above 100 kind of thing, because I'm just nervous whenever there's turbulence and whatnot. So on the way there was turbulence the northern part of Canada on the East Coast, because you're going, from Florida to across the Atlantic to London, and there's I went Virgin Atlantic, and their flight path is they stay along the coast of the U.S. basically and Canada until the very tippity top point, and then they cut over kind of thing. It kind of works out like because of the shape of the Earth, you know what I mean? Like it's almost like a straight shot. So there was significant turbulence in the eastern part of Canada, which scared the living poo-poo out of me. Almost literally. No, not almost literally, but you get the idea. And then it smoothed out, and then over the Atlantic Ocean, which was my worst fear, is there's turbulence. So there's not a lot of like places where you can have an emergency landing if you needed to. And so you're over the Atlantic Ocean, and there was turbulence. So I was like freaking the heck out. And then we finally landed. And keep in mind, this is overnight. So I left Saturday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, U.S. Eastern time. Went overnight, landed at 7 a.m. London time. And I couldn't sleep. I tried to. I got close a couple times maybe, but there was just too much commotion, too much turbulence, too many things like distracting me. It's hard for me to get to sleep. Once I'm asleep, I'm out. But it's hard for me to get to sleep. So in a situation like that, I was not sleeping. I didn't sleep at all. I get there, work had it set up where they didn't want it because there's so many people that are not used to traveling. They don't know how to do expenses and stuff like that. So what they did was they set up shuttles for us. So because of that, though, again, I'm sleep deprived as it is. Didn't sleep at all overnight. 7 a.m. in the morning, a group of us are like landed around the same time, and we had to wait for a shuttle for about like 2 hours. And then from that airport, the London Heathrow Airport, to like middle of London, which is where our hotel was, it's like an hour drive. So 2 hours waiting around, another hour drive. Then check-in time is not until 4 p.m. So fortunately, I was able to work something out with the front desk where I could at least shower and like rest up a little bit, kind of thing. But everybody that I met at the airport, my colleagues that I was talking to while we were waiting for the shuttle, were saying, "Hey, the best thing you can do to like deal with this jet lag is to just stay up, stick it out." And I was like, "Are you sure?" And they were like, "Yes." And I was like, there was a couple of them that were saying that, and I was like, "But did you sleep on your plane?" And the one guy's like, "Well, I took an Ambien and I slept 4 hours." I'm like, "That's great that you got at least some sleep, and that's not as bad." But I didn't get any sleep. And then another guy was like, "I didn't get any sleep either, but I'm doing the same thing." So I was like, "Okay, at least I'm not alone in this. I'm going to do it." What kept me going, though, was on that Sunday, I knew I was meeting up, and it was the only day I was getting a chance to meet up with the one, the only, the Niche. Those of you that have been around a while, you know the Niche. He's a good buddy of mine that I met on Instagram, the developer. Actually, I met him on GitHub, technically, first, and then talked with him on... I met him through a GitHub project, actually. He did this VS Code icons project that I contributed to, but I reached out to him in DMs on Instagram to ask about that project. So that's how it all started. I've known him since that was like around 2017, 2018 timeframe too, I think. So you're looking at like 5 years. The one, the only, the Niche. Yeah, Sean. So I got to meet him in person. I need to get the picture up. It was so amazing and so awesome. And I met a couple other people for the first time in person. There's a gentleman he goes by Martin Soft on Instagram. John Martin is his actual name. I'm not doxing or anything like that. He's shared that on his Instagram before because people are like, "Hey, Martin." They call him, and he's like, "My name is not Martin. It's John." Anyway, he's on Instagram as well. An iOS developer there, shares a lot of cool stuff that he works on with that in that regard. I got a chance to meet him in person. Another gentleman named Raja and another guy named Anthony, who I was vaguely familiar with before, but I didn't put the dots together, you know what I mean, at first. But I was so glad to connect with them and get to know them more. They're all awesome people, and hung out with them all Sunday. So they were like helping me stay awake and energized, and my adrenaline and was running just from the hype of like getting to meet people in person that I never had a chance to meet before. So picture of me and Danish meeting for the first time is going to be... right here. Look at that, chat. We were so happy. I gave him a huge hug actually outside, but then I had a buddy, another colleague, take a picture of us inside the hotel where it was much, much warmer. This is me, the Niche, and Raja outside of a pub. So I went to my first pub with the Niche. This isn't it. This was later in the evening. This was this was like 30 hours of being awake. 30 plus hours of being awake. I was still going strong, feeling all right. Oh, and this is John Martin. This was my first pub I went to. I don't know if you can kind of see it. I don't have my zoom options. That's the first pub we went to. John was in the back there. My first pub in London ever. And we had what's called Sunday Roast. Anybody know about Sunday Roast? Those of you that are from the UK probably know already. This was my first Sunday Roast. It was delicious. I didn't finish and clean my plate like the Niche and John did. And the lady, the waitress there was giving me a hard time. She was also giving me a hard time because I was like, "Oh, what kind of beer do you have? Do you have a beer menu?" And she's like, "No, you can go up to the bar and look at what beer we have." And I was like, "Oh, okay. Excuse me." She's like, "Welcome to London." This was my first, it's called Clarence. This was my first pub I went to in the UK. Silly Americans, I know. So very cool experience, very awesome. This was one of our first pictures. Danish ended up taking this selfie of us. He looks like he's gonna cry. I don't know why he made that face. It's funny. I was just so elated and like happy. This was me helping bag the foods and stuff. Let me see if I got a good. This was like, oh, that's a video. This was our group. This is when we were bagging up the food and stuff like that I was telling you all about. That was an awesome experience at the event. So now the downside of what happened while I was there. So Sunday, I did all right. Even on sleep deprivation, I slept really good on Sunday night. Monday, I did okay. Did the usual. We had like a jam-packed schedule from morning to night for our work offsite. You just missed it, Danish. I was sharing the pictures on stream. There's Danish in chat right now. You saw that one on Discord? Which one? I don't remember. Did you do a pub crawl? No. We went to 3 pubs? No, 2 pubs and like a bar, I would say. Like pub to me is like more of like a older style type of thing. You know, like an older bar. Looks like it's been there for ages. And then like the other one was like more of like a modern bar type of, almost like a restaurant-ish kind of place we went to. So not quite a pub crawl. What's up, Beldathis? Good to see you. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. For folks that are just joining, feel free to drop your wins of the week in the chat. We are kind of still doing that. We played the word games already. I'm just catching everybody up on what happened between my break since I didn't stream last week. And then I'm hoping that I can get some code stuff done here on stream. If not, I'm just going to have to end stream and get to work because I have more stuff to do for the big fix with Sneak. Work meeting. All right. Get your lurk on. Good luck with the meeting. Hope it goes well. There's the niche's sound effect. So, yes. So, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, everything went smashingly well. Tuesday night into Wednesday, I could not sleep. I was having like aches in my face. I was congested. I think I had a fever. It was awful. It just hit me like a ton of bricks. And I was freaking out a little bit because I'm like, this is midway through the trip. I don't want to get stuck here and not be able to get home to the kids and family because I was very much missing them and feeling, just feeling anxious about getting home kind of thing. I was very happy to be there, but I was also nervous about like just being so far away from them and not being able to get back quick enough, you know? So I started freaking out a little bit because I was like that sick and I didn't sleep well. And so I messaged like my leadership and everything. I was like, hey, I didn't sleep well. I'm really feeling under the weather. I'm going to keep my distance too. I don't know what's going on. I took a COVID test before I left and it was negative. And then after that night, that day, I took another COVID test because I was around people and I wanted to make sure, and that kind of thing. It came back negative then, but I was still like nervous about like what I might have or what might be the problem. And so the good thing is my work has like travel insurance. And so I was able to, through that, this was a whole new experience to me. I'm sharing this with you all in case you ever have to travel with work or something. Maybe this will be the same case for you. My work has travel insurance, so I was able to contact the people that were, like our HR people that were helping run the event and whatnot, and let them know, like, hey, I'm in my hotel room. I'm not feeling well. I want to be safe. I tested negative with my own tests, but I'd like to get a doctor to check me out to see and maybe get medication or something so that I can try and get better before I have to catch a flight on Friday. So they were so super helpful. In fact, I need to send more thank yous to them post-event now. And they helped take care of me. They helped set it up. I had a doctor end up coming to my room, checked me out, checked my lungs. Everything was looking good. And he was like, I believe you probably have the flu kind of thing. And I was like, the flu? Like, it didn't seem like the flu really, but that's what he said. So I let everybody else know. I stopped going to things until Friday, basically, to get on the flight, but I was feeling much better by then. So he told me, he didn't prescribe me anything. I ended up taking ibuprofen a little bit. And then that next night, to help make sure I got some sleep, they have something. So in the US, we have something called NyQuil, right? To help us like with like fevers and cough and stuff like that. And to help you get sleep overnight through sickness and illness like that. Over there, they have something called Night Nurse is what he wrote. Cause I was like, hey, I might need something to help me sleep overnight in case this happens again. And so he's like, yeah, go get Night Nurse, but you can get it over the counter, but you have to go to like the pharmacy. So they have something called Boots. It's like a little pharmacy, almost like a CVS or a Walgreens here in the US kind of thing. They have Boots. And so I I found one of those, went for a walk, which was nice to get some fresh air. And I was feeling a bit on the better, like during the day, I was feeling good. It was in the mornings and at night when I was feeling cruddy, which is typical with this kind of stuff. So, yeah. So then I was, just holed up in my room for 2 days. And Thursday I ventured out a little bit more again because, again, I was starting to feel on the mend way better. And I went on a longer walk. I went on like a 30 to 40-minute walk and went and found some shops that I could get souvenirs for the family and stuff like that and bring stuff home. Then Thursday night into Friday night, I was freaking out though because I was getting anxiety about the flight back home because it's for me it's 8 hours from Florida to London, and then on the way it's like 8.5 hours. On the way back, it's like 10.5 hours. So I was like, I don't know how I'm gonna feel on this plane because I'm still a little bit congested, runny nose and stuff like that, and like I was just having terrible anxiety about that, and I was fear of flying kind of thing going on because now it's even longer of a flight. Anyway, so to further demonstrate how bad I have this, and I'm not proud of it, but it is the case. I checked my heart rate on my watch that morning because I had to wake up at 5 a.m. to catch a shuttle that takes an hour to get there and go to each terminal because the London Heathrow Airport is massive, and some of the terminals are pretty far apart. And my flight, thankfully, wasn't until 11:30 a.m. But I had to wake up at 5 a.m. to shower up, get ready, wake myself up, pack up the last minute things. I did a lot of packing the night before, and go catch the shuttle in the morning so I don't miss it and I can get to my flight on time. So anyway, I got up, I checked my heart rate. It was on the watch at least. All right, I have an older Apple Watch. It was 145 beats per minute. That's how bad I was freaking out. You need to run and hop on a Zoom call? All right, Sean. See ya. JT says, because you're going uphill. That's why it takes longer. The niche says, there's also a day nurse. I did catch that. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, we have Dayquil and NyQuil. It's like, I think it's like this, well, similar things, probably made with more regulated ingredients over in Europe there in the UK versus here. FDA approve anything. Winds were super cold on Sunday. Yes. I think that probably didn't help. Computer, yeah, LHR is massive. I agree. Good old diphenhydramine. Yeah. I think that's what was in there. And then there's paracetamol or something like that he kept talking about. I never heard of it before. Sean, code on stream? That's a novel idea. Then he says, we had Sunday roast at a pub with beers, and we went to a modern bar, and then we went to my favorite old pub in the end. Exactly. It was a fantastic. It's all I could ask for. So as much as it sucked to get sick in the middle of it and have to cut out, like we had like our end of event party at night one night that I missed out on, and I was really having FOMO, fear of missing out kind of thing. But that bummed me out a little bit, but I'm grateful that I made it there. I'm grateful that I got to meet people in person, both just friends in general and also colleagues at my job in person. I got to meet my boss and other people that I hadn't had a chance to meet in person before. And we don't know when the next time is going to be possible either, unless maybe we're all at a conference somewhere or something, but that's about it. So this was an amazing opportunity that I didn't want to miss out on. There was some challenges for me personally, mentally and physically, but nothing insurmountable, So I'm grateful for all that. It was a great time overall, even with being sick for a little bit of it, and I'm glad to be home. It was such a good feeling. As soon as I pulled in the driveway, I got here around 4:30. No, I landed around 4:30, but I got back to my house a little while later. And when I pulled in the driveway, like everybody was home, the kids were home for school and everything, and they just came running up to me and gave me the biggest hug. And I was just like, so good to be home. And that's the end of my story. Long-winded story of what happened with London. So it was super cool, though. I'm glad I got to see everybody. And it's an awesome opportunity to go to. Like, I've been in the Gatwick airport for a connecting flight. That's the closest I'd been to London prior to this trip. So it was really cool to get to see that. And just like looking around, our hotel was right across the river from Big Ben. So it was super cool views when you just walk right outside the lobby or even from the lobby of the hotel. A lot of history there, like it's just, I was talking with Danish in this one, there's like another little park area and fountain area that's just past Big Ben, right before this big museum. I forget the names of everything. And I was just standing there with Danish chatting and everything, and I just couldn't help but feel like, wow, like they're literally hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, people were standing in this spot right here. Like, just crazy to me, just the level of history. We have history here in the U.S., but nothing nearly as long as over there, right? So it just feels different. Look, kids, Parliament, Big Ben, exactly, JT. The themes, yes. Trafalgar Square, that's where we were, yeah. Thank you, Tanisha. I knew you would know. Beldath says, win of the week. I'm no longer fun employed. Started new work this Monday. That's awesome to hear. Thank you for sharing, Beldathis. Very good. Very good. Appreciate you sharing. But that this is in Paris, there is an American pharmacy. I guess there would be something similar in London. Is there really? Oh, does it say American pharmacy in there? Elizabeth Tower, yes. British Museum, yes. Yes, Computer, you're right. Yeah. Thank you all for helping me out remembering the names and all that. So yeah, that was good. I think that's about everything that's happened between last stream and this stream. So getting work done at the house. Just, like I said, we had savings that we were working on for getting a new house, but instead we're investing it in the house. So we got some bills going towards that right now, and that's why I'm not getting a new computer. And then the work trip. Then on top, all right, so that leads us into the technical stuff. What's up, Chris Jones? clarkio in chat. How was your time in London? It was wonderful, Chris Jones. Thank you for asking. Thank you for remembering. Good to see you. How are you? What's your win of the week? Bill, that this is, yeah, it's like normal pharmacy, but it says Pharmacie Américaine. Interesting. Very interesting. Maybe it's to help, American travelers figure out where to go while they're there. All right, so work-wise, the big fix. Let me see if my buddy got back to me. All right, so I got the okay to let you all tinker around. You're going to get a sneak peek. I'm just catching up on some work stuff real quick here. I see I got tagged and things on Slack, so just making sure. I get tagged in here. What is this? What am I getting tagged in? Where am I tagged? Okay. All right, so we do have the okay where you all can try this out. A sneak peek, yes. So, context. If you haven't been here in prior streams when I was working on this, it's been an ongoing project. We have an event going on called the Big Fix. Sneak's Big Fix. Essentially, the short description of it is it's a hackathon like Hacktoberfest, but for fixing security issues and not just contributing to open source. It is still part of contributing to open source. Like, that's the initiative there, but it's contributing in a way around application security fixes using Sneak to help you do that. Okay. So the idea is you sign up, you import projects, you have a Sneak account, you import projects into the Big Fix app, which I've been building with another colleague of mine. And then we keep track of you fixing vulnerabilities in those projects. So you add your project to Sneak, then you'd say, hey, I want to include this as part of the Big Fix application or event. And then we start tracking the vulnerabilities, the initial snapshot, which I think I talked with you all about in the past stream. We hadn't implemented it by then, but we do have it implemented now. It takes an initial snapshot of the different severity level vulnerabilities you have in your application. So you could have critical, high, medium, and low. As you fix the vulnerabilities of those different severity levels, you get certain amount of points. It's scaled programmatically. So like critical is 4 points if you fix a critical vulnerability, 3 points for high, 2 points for medium, and 1 point for low right now is like what we just have it set to. Maybe we'll tweak that. Maybe we won't. It is what it is. But the more you fix, the more points you get, and the higher you are on the leaderboard. By just participating, you're going to get a free piece of swag for the Sneak's Big Fix kind of t-shirt kind of thing. And then if you make it to certain points on the leaderboard, like top 3 or so, I don't know the specifics of it, but there's going to be other prizes you can earn through participation by ranking up high on the leaderboard kind of thing. So to show you all it's kind of running, if you go to the bigfix.sneak.io, Okay, no, not the big fix. I think it's just big fix. Big fix. Yes. So if you go to sneak big fix, I got word that I can share. We have it kind of basic authentication gated right now. But I got the okay that will give you access to it right now just to tinker with it if you're interested. By show of hands, how many of you are interested in checking this out with me real quick? Because what I would like from you all is to get feedback on the flow of things, just any feedback you might have on what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. I kind of want to just let you all run at it and try it out and test it out without guiding you through it first. All right, we got one taker, Rugmat. Anybody else? Anybody else that would be interested in helping out with this right now? Want to try it out, test out this app? So without being logged in and authenticated, you can see instructions here right now. A lot of this is we end up hiring a contract designer that's going to redesign all this because myself and the other person, Micah, we are just not designers by any means. We're just developers behind the scenes kind of thing. So we got everything functionally working and like as best we could visually, but we have a designer that's going to redo all this to make it more polished. So without logging in, you can see instructions on how to get started and all that kind of thing. Click start fixing and all that. But you can also see the leaderboard of all this fun stuff, which will tell you the points and everything. What's it build for? So that is for this event that we're doing, Sneak Big Fix. Currently, this page shows last year's details. It hasn't been updated to show this year's details, but this is the big fix. I'll share the link in the chat real quick for what this event is about. Okay, right? So the idea behind the app here, which I'm going to drop the link in the chat now for you all to start checking out, you're going to be presented with a little login, okay? Let me open up like incognito so you can see what I'm talking about here. So if I go to bigfix.sneak.io, you're going to have to enter in a username and password. Username is going to be Devrel. Password is fun, F-U-N, with W-I-T-H-J-S. Fun with JavaScript, but JS abbreviated. So you hit enter, and then you'll be able to access it. All right, again, username is Devrel. Password right now, until we rotate it, is going to be fun with JS. F-U-N-W-I-T-H-J-S. And what I want you to do is just poke around in there, see if you can figure out how to get started. And if you get stuck on anything, let me know in the chat. Drop it in the chat. And we'll go from here. So far, Rugmat and Ramley Geek are the ones that are going to help out with that. Anybody else? Any others interested? Would love to hear your feedback and thoughts on it. I'm going to give it a minute to let you all like that are participating and checking this out real quick to go through figuring it out on your own, and then I'll step through because I know obviously since I built it. Can you say the password again? It is fun with JS. F-U-N-W-I-T-H-J-S. So username Devrel, password fun with JS. I put it in the chat as well. I'm letting my colleague know that you all are, so you can monitor things on his side too. We have had already somebody like hammering away at the server without knowing that the login stuff too. So keep in mind, this is all beta. It's all testing. You're all saying you're okay with like trying it out. We're not trying to steal your information or anything like that. I can assure you of that. I didn't get redirected back. So, okay. So what'd you do? You did start fixing. Unless I didn't do something correct. That's okay. No, this is good. Good to hear. Oh. So then, all right. So you click start fixing. Then you got here, use GitHub to auth. Okay. So then you did the big fix, brings together developers, da 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 da. You click sign up. It shouldn't ask for this stuff. This is going to change. So just put in like fake stuff here. Don't even worry about, well, fake stuff in the sense of first name, last name, job title, but like an email that you can actually get the email at. It could be a throwaway email. It doesn't need to be like your personal private email, that kind of thing. You know, just do whatever you feel comfortable with. Test, and then my email, I usually do like something like sneak the big fix test one like at clarkio.com. So I have something like that, and then just like ABC or NA. So you could do something like that. So you click submit. Oh, you didn't get this screen at all? All right, did you see how I got here? Bigfix.sneak.io. Actually, I shouldn't do this in incognito. I should do it in here. I clicked on start fixing. I clicked the top right sign up. Oh, that's good. That's good feedback, Rambling Geek. I'm going to save that. So after clicking start fixing, sign up page also has sign up in the top right corner. So that's not going to do it. That's a good, don't click that one. This one in the top right is not the one to click. That's the typical Sneak header if you're on the regular Sneak website. We want you to click on this one. This is the one that actually registers you for the big fix. That's what makes it confusing. That's good catch, Rambly Geek. Thank you for that feedback. Rugman says, how long should I have to wait for the email? Jason Eric Davis says, whoops, too late. What'd you do? Yeah, maybe change the wording of the other one. I think so, yeah. It's good. We'll figure out a better way to make that more obvious, Rambly. But that's a good point, because you sharing that. I mean, this seems like the more obvious thing to click on than that one down here, the sign up on the bottom left. There's something like sign up to the big fix. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, so I'm going to put in fake details here. BC, job title says NA, email, sneak, TBF, test1 at clarkio.com, so I can get that, and then NA. So then I'm going to click submit, and what this should do, and you can ignore the details here. Thank you for signing up. Oh, it does say the big fix now. And we have a live stream. Oh, they updated this. This is good. It's looking better. So what's going to happen is you're going to check your email for a link to log into the Big Fix app. Okay. So I'm doing this off screen. Let me see if I get the email yet. I have not gotten the email. It might sometimes it's super snappy, and then other times it's a little slow. Rambling Geek says, now I'm at thank you for signing up. Okay, cool. So now what should happen is you should get an email in your inbox. However, I'm not getting it either. Hold on, let me just answer this call real quick, chat. I mean, I have a Sneak account now. Okay, jeez. I mean, you do need a Sneak account, so that's part of the process we want you to go through, if you don't already have one. So that's okay. Jason Eric Davis. Been a good 5 minutes. Yeah, I haven't gotten the email either, so something's broken there, and that's not good. I'm messaging my buddy. Probably because they just changed this around. This used to say like it was like our test message that we had, and now it's saying more of an official message, it looks like. Like, we didn't have this. Don't forget to join the live stream. So while we're waiting here and waiting to hear back from him, this is something to keep in mind. We are planning tea.
British tea.
British tea. Thank you. Lovely. Cheers. You're brilliant. I learned a lot of British. Ooh, she put cream and sugar in here. I'm assuming. Look at my British tea. Okay, this is one of the places I went to. Those of you that are familiar of London stuff. So I got Famous Teas Royal Blend from Fortnum and Mason is what I picked up. Somebody had recommended it. I guess it's the Royal Blend. Normally I've been having the Smoky Earl Grey, which I like quite a bit. But cheers. Oh, that's lovely. Monocle incoming. TypeScript tea time. Hey, it's tea time. Cheers. You're brilliant. Oh, brilliant. All right. I don't know what's going on with the emails. So that's kind of a bummer. Real bummer. Because we're stuck now. He said shit. I'm refreshing. Let's see if you could see what's happening. He says, let me check with so-and-so. Actually, I can look at it. Okay. He's looking into it. We'll see what happens, chat. So, in the meantime, let's talk about tea. TypeScript tea time. The other day, somebody told me Americans don't use the word tea time. Is that true? No. Well, how do you use it? Use tea time in a sentence. We are testing. You're right, Rambling Geek. You should have got Yorkshire tea. Should I have? I don't know. Somebody recommended, well, a colleague of mine who's American said his family loves Fortnum and Mason. And so I just went there browsing around. And my wife, while I was browsing around, I saw they had a bunch of different teas. And among other things, they had teas. They had other sweets like chocolates and biscuits, as they call them, or cookies in the U.S. What else did they have? All kinds of stuff, like food and drinks and things like that. So, and I saw the teas, and I was like, my wife kept telling me, oh, you need to make sure you have some, London tea and da-da-da. And I ended up just having green tea because I was sick, I just wanted something light. And so I was like, you know what? I'm going to grab some teas while I'm here. It's tea time, meaning it's time for tea/food, not drink. It's called coffee time, but can also mean it's time for tea, the drink. Wait, you're confusing me, Rambling Geek. Meaning it's time for tea/food, not drink. But it can also mean time for tea, the drink? So like tea as in like spill the tea, spill the beans, kind of tell us about the gossip? That's what tea time means? So you eat and BS about stuff? Is that what we're talking about? That makes sense. In Germany, too, we use coffee time. Yeah, we say coffee. You want to grab a coffee? You want to grab a coffee? In New York. That's how we talk. We're gonna walk down to the park, grab some coffee with a buddy. What a broski. That's what we do here. I don't know. Yeah, we don't really use the word tea time here. Unless we're like pretending like with the child. Oh, let's have some tea with the stuffed animals. Guess I need to change my spelling to TypeScript tea time. I guess, yeah. Raymond Geek says, for example, in work, I may stand up and say, it's time for tea. You can just do that? And then everybody's like, okay. And they just drop what they're doing and go have tea? Interesting. All right, while we're waiting on him, let me, or a response from him, from my buddy, my colleague. I don't need this anymore. We can undo that. I'm gonna. We've had a lot of changes. I don't have them on this. Scale up if we're gonna handle that kind of traffic. I don't have the latest changes on this machine yet, so we're gonna say git fetch, git checkout main, git pull. Hopefully it doesn't kill my CPU. We're gonna probably have to npm install. KJ Miller, what's up, Jay? KJ Miller, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in everybody from KJ's stream. Good to see you all. AJC Web Dev, good to see you again as well. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. Happy Friday. What's your win of the week? If you don't know what that is, type in WOTW to learn more about that. I see View and Prisma. I like. Yes. So this project I'm working on, we were testing out the beta version that we had, but the emails aren't going through for a login right now. And I'm waiting to hear back from a colleague of mine that has more insight on how we can figure that out. But to catch everybody up that joined in on exclamation point Laura, exclamation point WOTW. KJ Miller says, hey, it was a good stream. We got GitHub Copilot to recognize as curly. Nice. That's awesome. The curly braces, curly boys. Curly boys and girls, right? And boxy boys for the square brackets. That's pretty cool. I'm going to have to check that out, Jay. But thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. And welcome in. Current status is poop. Yes, of the app. Rambling Geek. So we're doing this event called The Big Fix at Sneak. It was going to start February 1st, but because of lots of things going on, many factors, we're pushing it back to February 14th. It's basically a month-long hackathon where you can get free swag just for participating and for and more prizes if you top the leaderboards on fixes and stuff like that. So that's what's happening. So I've been working on an app that helps people sign up to join the event and keep track of their points in participating in the event. And so that's what we're testing out right now. Jay Miller says, awesome. Hate to raid and run, but have some recording stuff to do. Have a great stream. No worries. Totally understand. I do it all the time as well. I hate to do that, but you got to do what you got to do. So appreciate the raid. Thanks again. I'll see you around. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. All right. So Laura, win of the week is basically you think back and reflect on things that happened this week, since it's the end of the week for us here on the U.S. East Coast time at least, and think about, try to force yourself to think of some of the good stuff. The reason I have started doing this, and I've been doing it for several months, if not years now, I would say, is it's helped me get out of this negative mindset of always dwelling on the negative. It's not being naive of the negativity and being ignorant of negative things that happen to us, but it's to force myself not to sulk on it too long. Not sulk on it, but you know what I mean, marinate in that negativity for too long, and instead accept it for what it is, move on, and then also think about what are some positive things from these experiences. So that's what Win of the Week is about. It's called Freudenfreude, if you know that word too. Dwell, yes, dwell. All right, so he says, I just messaged them in the project channel. It's busted. If they want to give you their emails, you could hit the endpoint directly. I could do that. I could manually trigger it. There's a endpoint in the API that I can run. Let me get this client side running locally as well. Again, hopefully my PC will let me do this. Let's cd into the client, npm run dev, which will build and bundle up a public version of the front end piece, which is Vue.js. Then the back end is Node, Express, and using Prisma to connect to a MySQL database. Dev, actually, my environment variables aren't going to be correct here. I'm going to need to migrate those over. Laura says, nice. Win of the week. I got to meet a tech friend from Twitter IRL. That's awesome to hear. Congrats on that, Laura. Love to hear that stuff. And interesting that happened to you this past week, because the same thing happened to me. It was awesome. Love to see it. Love to hear it. Cool to connect with people online and then in real life afterwards. AJC says, Planet Scale? No, I'm not using Planet Scale for this right now. But I do think Planet Scale is pretty cool. All right, so people are looking into it. I'm gonna have to manually. Where's your MySQL DB then, or are you just local? So typically I haven't been working on this machine. I've been working on my work laptop for this project, just to be more mobile, especially with me traveling and everything. And what I was using before, but I ended up using up my capacity, was Railway app. Oops. I didn't mean to refresh that. So if I go to railway.app, I think it is. Yeah. I had signed up here, and they have like a free tier that let me spin up a MySQL instance, and I was using that for my local development because I didn't want to go installing MySQL locally, and it was just turning out to be a pain in the butt and like slowing me down. So I was like, let me just find somewhere to host it for free temporarily with like a low limit and run with that. But oddly enough, I reached the limit of that for this month from hitting it so much. I used up a lot of memory, I guess it said. Which I don't know how, because we don't have a lot of data. So I don't think it was memory in that sense. It was memory in like in RAM, I think. So what we did now is we have another instance, like a dev database that we connect to right now, and not a production one. AJC says, "Ha, nice. That was going to be my second guess." There you go. Yeah. Chris Jones says, "Why not use a MySQL Docker container?" I started going down that path because I do have that on both machines. I have Docker set up. I'm familiar with it. And I spun up an image, but for whatever reason, I couldn't figure out how to connect to it. Like I was exposing the port and everything, and I just kept struggling with that. And so again, it was one of those things where I could have spent more time figuring it out, but it was just taking too long. And I was like, constantly throughout this project, what I've been facing, because we've been in a bit of a crunch, although now we have more time since we're pushing back the start of this to February 14th. We were originally going February 1st, which is why we feel like it's in a pretty good spot right now for people to test it out. We're about a week out, as you saw there. But I was like constantly, week in and week out, running into these things where I was spinning my wheels and just banging my head against the wall. And then I would just have to be like, I've spent too much time on this. I need to just move along and find some other way. You know, I can't tell you how many times. I can't even count on my hands how many times that was. AJC says, yeah, Railway can be a bit finicky with their new paid version. I used to have like 10 things running on there for free. Yeah, it's not too bad. Like it's pretty generous free tier. See, this is the thing. 512 megabytes of RAM and shared CPU container. So I hit this. This is the one where I hit the limit and it stopped me from running. Laura, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I did not use that nearly around the amount of disk space that we need. And I just didn't want to hook up my credit card to it because then I just didn't want to go that route because I'm like, I'm just using this for testing right now, you know? And often I end up signing up for something for a free trial that's like expires and I forget to cancel it before it expires. And then I get charged for like a whole year and I can't get reimbursed kind of thing. It's a pain in the butt. So I try to avoid putting in my credit card as much as possible. So in any case, that's what happened with this. But it made it super simple. Like I said I wanted a MySQL instance. It spun it up and gave me the connection string I needed. And I dropped it in my environment variables and I was good to go. Like quick. Versus I was struggling to figure out how to install MySQL on Mac OS. I haven't tried on Windows yet, which was proving some, there's lots to read through to get that going. And like what version of MySQL should I use? Does it support this operating system? You know what I mean? Like that kind of thing I was dealing with. So I ended up opting out of that because I think I'm on Mac OS Ventura on my work laptop here. And I don't think the latest images for MySQL support that just yet or something. I don't know. So then I was like, okay, let me try Docker. I started doing that. I made more progress there to where I actually got something running, but I couldn't connect to it. So anyway, I read yak is yak shaving. Yeah. AJC says, yeah, it's still a total steal. I've got a couple projects running right now on Postgres. I bought $20 in credits and it runs less than $1 a month. Nice. That's cool. With the CLI, it's even more streamlined. I wrote a command that writes the environment variable straight to your project. Sweet. Like echo database URL. Nice. That's awesome. Good on you for that. Chris Jones says, if you do it in Docker Compose, then it will be on the same network. Maybe that's what I was running into. AJC, thank you for the follow as well. I feel like you've been around before, though. And you subscribed? Oh, Thank you so much. That's super kind of you. I appreciate that support. I thought you were. Your name looks familiar. I've seen you before, AJC. I got an ad right there. Oh, I was like, crap. I want to know what you're saying. All right, I'll say it again. I basically read your messages, and I said, good on you for writing out that script that pulls the environment variable directly from Railway. CLI for you. That's cool. Raymond Geek says, when I sign up, I use virtual card and I sign up and then cancel straight away. You'll still get the month trial. That's a good idea too. I do have virtual cards enabled. And that way you don't forget Raymond Geek. Yeah. Thanks so much, AJC. That's super kind of you. Like I said, I feel like your name is familiar. Maybe I've seen you in other people's streams, chat rooms before, and that's why I'm thinking of that. But thank you for the follow and sub. I've been around. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. I'm not getting any updates on this. I don't want to try and ask you all for your emails and then I can manually trigger it. Because that, I feel like that'd be kind of weird to do. You dig the content? I appreciate that. One thing I'm going to do is I'm going to hide my screen and get the environment variable squared away here real quick. So I can run it locally and at least show you that way. And then you all can give me feedback on like if this makes sense or not, the way I flow through after getting the email. Since we weren't able to do that through the more public version of the app or instance of the app. All right, I need to compare my environment variables in my server. We have client ID, secret, redirect, scopes, encryption secret, and client ID, client secret, issuer, secret, authorization URL, token URL, JWK. Oh, that's the one I don't have. JWKS underscore URL. That equals auth to well known. Okay. I don't know why I put an apostrophe at the beginning of that. I know you all can't see my screen. It's intentional because I have sensitive data on my screen right now. App base, API base, redirect endpoint, redirect URI, database URL. It's probably not going to work there. Comment that out. Database URL equals MySQL : // et I'm worried I'm going to fat finger something and have a typo in this. It should be pretty good. We need event ID. And that is the big fix. Scoring. Cron. Pattern. One, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to keep the scoring cron off. All right, I think that's all those environment variables I need in the server. Close that. And then in the client side, Again, I'm sorry I can't share my screen. I got sensitive information that I cannot make available to you all. Just the event ID. Okay, I think that should be good. Silence. I would have music in the background, but it's eating up CPU. I gotta like spare every cycle I possibly can with all these cameras. Unfortunately. Happy Rolling Vlogs. What's up? Good to see you over on YouTube. Thank you for being here. So for some reason, I think I could share my screen now. Should be. PMI in this as well, just in case. All right, I'm running the build for the client side now. Okay, much better. Now on the server, npm run dev. Uh-oh. Oh, because I'm not in the server. cd server, npm run dev. Oh, cannot find module. I thought I ran npm install. Oh, I ran it in the main. That's why. npm run dev. And we're up and running. Okay, so now if I come over here and I go localhost 3000. Yay, undefined. Uh-oh. Maybe not so yay. I don't know if that matters or not. The leaderboard showing up anything? No. Is it not connecting to the database maybe? Yeah, I might have messed up something in the database environment variable. All right, let's clear that. Let me hide my screen. Database URL. Yeah, that looks right. Maybe because the secret's different. I don't think this should matter, but I'm trying it anyway. npm run dev on the server again. Well, one other way I can check this is, can I show you all? Yep. All right, I'm opening up another terminal. So the beautiful thing about Prisma that I love is cd server. There's a studio command that they provide. So and you could do npx Prisma Studio, and then it allows you to get this like visual interface into the database. I mean, I'll be able to connect to this. A-okay. It's just not, I don't know what's going on. Maybe it thinks I'm logged in still from this one. This other session, maybe? Let's open up incognito. Yeah, see, this shouldn't come back as undefined. Sneak. Big fix. Test 2. Save my seat. So you can see this is a different one. Different thing than the published one. All right, I got the email that time. Copying it, pasting it in here, enter. I'm gonna go back to localhost. http://localhost 3000. All right, now we're making progress. So this is what would happen after you get the email. Those of you that were, if you're still here, for those that were helping test it out, and you tried to get the email, you signed up, you'd get this view after you click the link from the email. You'd come over here and you'd say, all right, I want to authorize. This is through Auth0. You can see the Big Fix kind of logo up there. And you say, oh, do you want to, it's requesting access to your this tenant. This is all going to be changed to like Big Fix and Sneak stuff, official stuff. This is all testing stuff. As you can see, it's dev. So I hit, yeah, I want to. And for some reason, I still haven't quite figured it out, but it's going to trigger me again to do that authorization. Unless things are breaking back here. Event user. It's busted. I don't know if something changed. Something must have changed. It's broken in the environment. I'm gonna try it on my work computer real quick. Maybe I'm missing something that changed in a recent PR. I don't think so though. Yeah, see, I'm getting different results on my work laptop. It's like, you see all that text on the screen here? I don't know what might be different. I check my email. Come on, that came through. So running it locally, it's coming through. It's something in the published version that's not. Bop, 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 bop. Yep, authorize. Bam. Okay, so that kind of worked. It's not giving me an alias, though. Do I have a user like this already? Maybe that's why. La 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 la. I do maybe. When was that user created? It was created today. So because it didn't automatically create an alias for me. It's supposed to just generate one. And it didn't. Auth keys, etc. Yeah. Yeah. So to explain the flow of what's supposed to happen, what has worked in the past, okay? You went here, no, here. You signed up. This email gets sent to your inbox. You click that link in the email, which verifies that you are who you say you are. Or at least you have access to that email to that extent. We don't really need it to be like really stringent and strict. And then from there, when you click the link, it brings you over to author, and then you just confirm that you want to sign up for this project through the Auth0 login stuff that we have in the Auth0 is basically our user management tool and identity provider for us, is what we're doing here. Okay. That way we don't have to have in our own database keeping track of usernames, passwords, and making sure we're encrypting them and doing salting and all that stuff, right? Like we don't have to worry about that. We let Auth0 handle that for us, and we just get back the result from Auth0, and they tell us like, yes, this is Brian who wants to sign into your app, the Big Fix app, right? So then once that's all good, we create a user in our database for the purpose of this event, the Big Fix event. And that way we can then, when you add projects to the event, we can keep track of that in the app associated to your user. That basically an identifier that Auth0 provides to us when in your authenticated state. We use that to reference in our database and then tie projects into the database for that. So to kind of show you that relationship a bit too, in the schema here, we have an event, which in this case it's just the one event, but we're making it so that we can run potentially other instances of events, right? And from that event, you're gonna have participants that we call event users, okay? Which comes down to this model. And an event user is tied to an event. It's tied to an actual user based on their email. And then this is what keeps track of the projects for a user associated to this event. So projects aren't just going to go to the user, they're going to go to the user of the event relationship. Then we keep track of a score for that user too, which is a separate entity. And then we store, this is something that we talked about in the past where we're marrying two different permission systems. So there's the authentication with Auth0 to identify a user, and then there's authorization with Sneak. So to go through that flow we were talking about before, the idea of what should happen after you click that email, you say you want to sign up via Auth0 for the Big Fix app, you're good to go. The next step would be, and it's not showing in here, but there would be like authorize with Sneak. And that's where like what TypeScript Tea Time did is if you didn't have a Sneak account already, you'd sign up with Sneak. If you have one already, you sign into your existing Sneak account. And then it presents you and it says, do you want to give the Big Fix app, the thing that I built and my other colleague for the Big Fix event, do you want to give us permission through this app to have read access to your Sneak account? You say yes. And what that does is it lets us query the Sneak API for any projects you have associated with your Sneak account and then keep track of the vulnerability scores. So if I could show, well, let me see if he's getting back to me. Ooh, I almost spilled my tea. Sorry, I was just answering my skip level who's asking about where the email is going to come from. So essentially what's happening today, folks, is you're like co-working with me because I'm still working on this Big Fix app for Sneak, part of my job for the past couple months now. And I need to make progress on it, but I'm kind of streaming myself working on it. That's what we're doing today. So maybe not so interesting, just kind of sitting here listening in. Normally maybe I can get music going. My CPU is doing okay for now. Don't sweat it. Okay, thanks, Green. Appreciate that. I think it does just... does main have the auto alias stuff merged in? I want some music in the background. The silence is bothering me. It's like something I can't do when I'm streaming. I can't just have silence. Start singing and enjoy the sounds. I think I know the problem, chat. It's another environment variable I didn't check. Oh, that's right. All right, so one thing my boss is asking me, well, my boss's boss is asking me to do is I have to, that email right now gets sent from an address that's like auth0. Let me see, it's like root@auth0.com. And so what we want to do is we want it to come from an email address that's called the bigfix@sneak.io. So what I need to do in order to do that, auth0 supports that, but I need to ask our internal team that handles that kind of stuff to give me the details that I need to enter into auth0 for that email address. So I'm putting in the request now to what we believe is the correct team for that. We're looking to set up an app to send emails from an address. We go. Support request. No. Active escalation. No. Alright, request is open. In addition to getting rid of the UTM requirement, it adds a pinned row. Oh, that's cool. Alright, we got PRs to review. So how about we do that, chat? All right, let's try and catch up on this. Green says sure. Okay, cool. Touch freedom starts saying that. Jagallop says onload alert 1 for SVG. Nice. You trying to inject some cross-site scripting? Is that what you're trying to do? Is that what you're trying to do? You trying to get me? Looks like bad injection. Yeah. I would think I need to sign in to GitHub real quick off stream. Whoa, wasn't expecting that voice. Two-factor authentication. I might lose connection here, chat. The classic GitHub docs, I know, right? Fortunately, I was already hiding my screen. What's up, a fit nerd? I'm hiding my screen so I don't dox myself. I might lose connection though.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
I might lose connection, a fit nerd. I don't think you've tuned into me streaming before here. Watch this. Oops. So the bulb is no longer hooked up anymore, but you can still change the color of the overlays. Yeah. Pink, fluffy unicorns.
Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy
So folks, a fit nerd is Micah, who I've been talking about, that's been working on this project with me. Of course it does support chartreuse. It supports any colors in that list. Smack, is that good? Oh. What else do we got? What are some of the other flashbang? Unless it was favorable. It is true. Now I'm going to send you down this rabbit hole of Twitch stuff and live streaming stuff, Micah.
Oh my god, who the hell cares?
Trying to think what else we have, chat. What other fun commands do we have, chat? Let's show Micah all about it. We have this, like when we celebrate people's wins. Oh yeah, the high five, but the high five's messed up. We did do fart. 8 ball says maybe. Yeah. Likely I would dox myself again. So yeah, Micah, I was double checking running it locally just off of main on this Windows machine because that's what I stream from. On my work laptop, everything works fine as expected. I copied over the environment variables and everything, even the database stuff. And for some reason, I think I just have something misconfigured. But rather than spin on that, what I was thinking I might do is maybe get the output of my Mac laptop onto the stream and then just work off of my work machine. Oh yeah, PBJ time. You could do that one. PBJ time is the one, I think. Does it show anything? PBJ time? Yeah. Also, I don't think you've seen all the camera angles I have. So there's this, Micah, and there's that, and there's that one, and there's that one, and then that one, and then there's usually the GoPro, which is like right under my monitor here, but the battery, it might be charged now. Let's see if it comes online. USB connected. There it is. See, I have my work laptop right here. There you go. Oh, so I wanted to show you my screen. Switch scenes. So it is running. Actually, hold on a second. So in the public link that I shared with everybody in the stream, Micah, extreme clarkio view. Yes. We got to this point. Most people got to this point. One bit of feedback that we got from Rambling Geek, by the way, is when you go, let's go big fix again, .sneak.io. When you go start fixing and it brings you to this one here, people got confused on which sign up to click on. Some folks clicked on the one that's above me in the top right there. And so we need to make it more obvious to click on this button in this page, by the way. So that's some feedback I got right away. So if you click on this, you sign up for Sneak, which is fine. But then they're like, what do I do next, right? You click on this. This is the one that we want. Yeah, Green got here and hit login. Yeah, Green is one of the people like that. And Rambling Geek, if Rambling Geek's still lurking around there. I'd prefer to have the embedded form right there. I agree, yeah. So yeah, this added step, I think, I agree with you. Like, this added step to get to the form is kind of like an extra click on top of it all. So that's some, you know, the less clicks people, yeah, exactly, too many clicks. So then people did this, and then you get to the thank you page, but then no emails were coming through. So then I tried running it locally, which I have it going, localhost 3000. And you'll notice I'm getting, for some reason, undefined and undefined. If I look at the logs, nothing's throwing errors at me. So I don't know what might be wrong-o. I'm connecting to our Stack Hero instance thing in the environment variables. I'd show you my environment variables, but then we'd have to rotate all our keys. But essentially I copied everything over. And the database URL I double checked twice. Missing the question mark. I'm gonna ask TPTB if we can get the form there. Okay. Change the call to action text to join the big fix or something rather than have two buttons with the same text. Yeah. Well, the one thing with that, Chris Jones, is we don't have control over... Oh, that's interesting. Oh, because this is the localhost one. Sorry. With this one, we don't have control over this top one. That top nav bar is like on every, if you go to sneak.io in general, that's like part of the main website. And so this is just a sub page off the main website. You know, think of it as like the template. That's the nav bar at the top. And then the content gets plugged in through a CMS to come in here. So this is always like, we don't really have the ability to remove that top nav bar for this. What we want to do is make this content more obvious as the place to go and draw people's attention here instead of the top right corner. The powers that be. I got you. Do you have the process.env.event ID set? Yes. Event _ ID equals big fix. Oh, Pollux. Hey, good to see you, Pollux. Optional chaining. I broke it. What do you mean I broke it? What are all these acronyms, Micah? WOM? What's WOM? That is his MO. Works on my machine. Yeah. It works on my other machine. What I was going to do in the meantime. Is get access to look at the PRs at least. Look at the browser console. What would you like to see? Go to that maybe. Everything's coming back to 100. Confirm auth. Oh, we're getting auth and false. But I shouldn't even... Well, I mean, I think that's okay. I shouldn't get undefined then, right? Yeah, that's all correct. What's this? There's the event coming back. Oh, it doesn't have any... It doesn't have any of the other fields. Oh, that's why... What? But this database, we already... We're both sharing this database. Shouldn't it have the other fields? I think that's why this is coming back undefined, right? It's looking for the event details. Okay. I can also look too. Localhost 555. I think I'm still running it. Yeah, see, look in here in this database. It's still got all the auth details. It's just not coming back, I guess, in the response. Well, in any case, we can look at the PRs that you got going on for now. All right, so the first one was this cyber alias. I'll point my local at that DB and see what I see. Okay, sounds good. All right, we got to review this, chat. What's cyber? Oh, okay. All right, so what this is doing, chat, is what we originally were doing is we were letting folks choose like an alias or a username that then shows up in the leaderboard, which I think I can at least show you the leaderboard, right? Click on the leaderboard. Yeah. So like this alias here shows the leaderboard with scores and stuff like that, right? Oh, did somebody get in here? Some other people get in? Who's the JS guy? Or is that you, Micah? So, what ends up happening is originally when we built this out, we had like a little prompt that would let you enter in your own alias when you're logged in to choose to show up on here. But now what we decided is we're going to auto-generate an alias for you. So that's already been done. However, what Micah is adding in this PR is the ability to give you a name based on some cybersecurity terms. Okay, which is kind of a fun way to do it since it's a cybersecurity. Chess boy is your cousin. Okay, cool. So we have adjectives, colors, and then cybersecurity. So the dictionaries that this unique names generator library will pull from. So what this is adding is just a new dictionary. Instead of animals, we're going to use cybersecurity terms. So I think this is all good. I don't need to run and test it. It's not changing the functionality. It's just changing the dictionaries of it. And why is it importing from cyber though? Is that how you normally did it? You had a dictionary in a separate file? I think that makes sense rather than polluting this file with those details. So, okay. Does this also import? Okay, so part of this unique names generator, it has built-in dictionaries to use from, adjectives and colors, and then you can pull in your own dictionaries. That's kind of cool. I didn't know that about it. All right, we're gonna move forward. You got cuddly yellow botnet. Nice. I'm gonna review changes. LGTM looks good to me. Thumbs up emoji. Escape, submit review. And now we're gonna merge. Micah, you have like a million acronyms that I don't know. What's FISI? First in, second in? Like a stack? Fuck it, ship it. Hey, we try to keep it family friendly here, Micah. All right, now the important PR. Well, first of all, let's pull down those changes too and see if maybe, I don't know. Git pull. Clear. npm install again. Do I have maybe this is why. Let me get rid of that. I have a node modules in the parent folder that might have been conflicting with things. I accidentally ran npm install from the parent folder instead of the server folder. And let's do the same in client just to be safe. Clear that, npm I. Let's get Clarkio to curse more. I do curse, I mean, you've heard me in person curse, Micah. It's just on stream. We try to run an educational channel here in case the little ears are listening in, which is not too often, but some people are watching and their kids are around them. That happens, and so that's why I try to keep it. Parent folder has a package JSON. It's for the build. Yeah. I don't need to npm install there, but it might conflict. Maybe that's what I was running into. I don't know. Makes sense, yeah. Otherwise, I don't care about cursing. I grew up in New York. My mother curses at me all the time. I think he dropped the F-bomb twice today. It's a rare day. True. All right, so let's see. Little localhost, refresh. We're still getting undefined. Yeah, I don't know. All right, the other PR. All right, so in this one, we're removing UTM requirements per marketing. Okay. We're fixing a bug with the leaderboard if logged in user wasn't yet in the user event score table. And then we added a fixed row to the top of it of the leaderboard with logged in user scores if available. I like that. Dang, how many people are in there? Or did you just make those all up? Yes, that sounds good. Are you preemptively leaving review comments for me, Micah? Doubt it. Pebcac more likely. That's my local. I seeded it. What's Pebcac? Alright, that's good that that's in there. I'm pretty sure I have that in there. Did I put it as event ID though? Let me hide my screen. Yeah, Veet underscore event underscore ID. Yeah, that's good. What's Pebcac? That's related to why the database isn't showing locally for you. As any. Yes, so TypeScript tea time. Actually, maybe you can give us better guidance, because you know I have a love-hate relationship with TypeScript. Where'd you see that as any? Let's go back here so you can see my screen. Like this. We're overriding this because TypeScript was complaining to us. Pepcat. Problem exists between keyboard and chair. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. Where'd you see the as any? We do that sometimes. Like this? Details? Why not? Tell me why not, TypeScript tea time. Alright, I'm going back to the PR. Oh, you mean right here, as any. That's what you saw. We do that quite a bit. Yeah, the overwrite. Module augmentation is common for passport, etc. Yeah. But you're saying you don't like this? Me data? On the state? What should it be then? You want us to create like a separate interface just for this little tidbit thing? That seems like overkill to me. Alright. Green says, yes, we do. Alright, so me data equals avatar, alias, critical, high, medium, low, and score. It depends on how it's used. It's used this way. Tapping foot impatiently. You don't know any context. True. Alright, right, this looks fine to me, other than I agree with your suggestion. Thumbs that up, Micah. So in the score store on the Vue.js client, this is keeping our state for us. We go and get the data for the leaderboard scores. And if it has an alias, then we assign that to me data. We get rid of the UTMs like he said in the description for this request to log in or create an account. Okay. Maybe that's why it's breaking. For me. I don't know. That shouldn't be it. Alright, and then leaderboard view, you change the table up so that it will add a row for the me data based on the alias. Top row. Okay. And then the rest is the template of the table. The top 25 of the leaderboard. Okay, looks good to me. Leaderboard controller on the server. What did we modify here? Oh, if user score data. Good call, good call. Because that could be... You could go to the leaderboard unauthenticated. Which I thought we had some logic in there. Yeah. But it still could, for some reason or another, it could come back as empty. Yeah, it's good guard logic. Okay. All right. And then auth 0 auth service. You're pulling out the UTMs. We don't need that anymore. Cool. All right, this looks good to me. I want to test it out and run it locally, but I don't know if I could do it on this machine. If it's a new user, they might not yet be in the event user score table. Okay, yeah. TypeScript T-Time says, a pity the client who has to use me data without any auto completion. Well, I'll have you know, TypeScript T-Time, it's just me and Micah, so no client involved. All right, let's see if we can get this to run locally. Clear. Get fetch. What was that branch name again? UTMs plus user score. Get checkout UTMs tab. Come on. Plus user score. Get pull. There's no changes that I need to npm install or anything, right? Oh, there was no package JSON change, so I should be fine there. Npm run dev. And then on the server, npm run dev. And then if I could just log in. Click start fixing. B, C, TBF testing 1, 2, 3 at clarkio.com. TypeScript T-Time says, I'm with you, bro. No need to sweat about it. Fitner says, someone else will eventually look at this code and decide to just start over. TypeScript T-Time, once I asked a PHP friend of mine about how he goes about legacy code, he said, I throw it away and start fresh. Nice. Excellent. All right, let's see if I got the email. Got the email. Copy pasta. Okay. Now we're going to authorize... Oh, set alias. Micah, how am I able to... You got to jump on a call? Okay. How am I able to set an alias? Oh, I know what's going on here. It must be like an old cache. I need to delete this public folder on the client. It must be picking up old client stuff and not deleting it. Delete this client folder permanently. npm run dev. Was I? Oh. Shoot. Dang it. Bye. Yes, problem exists between keyboard and chair, aka me. Show me the email. Show me the email. Right, meow. Did I type it in wrong? Ugh. Come on. I got an email from a brewery. Oh, that's right. BC paste. Hola. Okay. I don't know what's going on, chat. I'm not getting the email. I can force it, though. That's a good thing. I can't show you this, though. What's the email used? 400. Squeeze me? Oh, I think I know what the problem is. I need to run npm run generate. That might have been it. So, the Jet Prisma as an ORM, it ends up creating a client that you use. It's a library that you use in your app. And you need, when you update the schema, so on this machine, I haven't gotten, even though I pulled down the latest schema, I haven't updated my client to reflect the latest changes of the schema and the relationships there. So I think that's what I was messing up. I didn't do as part of this. So I think that might fix my issues that I've been running into here locally. We'll go localhost 3000. Yeah, buddy. See, now it's getting everything. That's what it was. Start fixing. BC sneak tests. I don't know. Let's say 5. Come on, no whammies. Send me the email, please. Please send me the email. Pac-Man! Oh my goodness. How are you, Pac-Man? What's happening? What's your win of the week? I might have to hide my screen for this. Nice. Did work that time. Copy link address. Share my screen. Paste the link address in here. It should be localhost this time. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. There we go. And it generated the alias for me. Traditional purple wildcat. All right. So we got that far. We're on the right branch still too, right? Yes. UTMs plus user score. Okay. And what we need to test, move that over there. We need to test out the leaderboard. Remove the UTM requirement, which that seemed to work just fine. And then see if the leaderboard shows these changes for the currently logged in user. So I'm logged in and I have an alias. So it's not showing me at the top. Why? All right, and then do I have incognito for this yet? No. All right, so if I go to localhost 3000, I go to leaderboard. Okay, I don't see it showing me at the top though on the other one. Back here. I'm gonna click on authorize sneak. I'm gonna hide my screen just for a second. Pac-Man says, win of the week, tough week. All I got is it's over for a few days. Hey, I'm glad you got through it. Glad to have you here. Glad you got through it. And wishing you a better, I wish you have a great, relaxing weekend and a better week ahead. All right? Sorry to hear that it was a tough week. It sucks. Let me click on authorize sneak. All right, I'm already logged in. So this is what you would do. Okay, chat? You signed up, you got the email, you click that, and then it's going to tell you, like it said here, authorize with sneak, right? You're signed in. It gives you some alias username randomly generated. You click authorize with sneak. It brings you over to your sneak account if you're already signed in. If you're not signed in, like if I go in here, localhost 3000, start fixing. Let's say B, C, the sneak. Test one sneak, I don't know, at clarkio.com. Maybe it'll go through. I'll get the email. Maybe. We'll wait on that. But essentially, you'd have to create a new account and it'll bring you back to where you need to be. And you'll get to this point and you say, okay, I want to authorize the big fix to have API access to my different orgs. So I have one that's called the Sneak Developer Challenge, and then I have my just Brian Clark one. And I say all orgs, and I grant app access. Once this big fix app has access to your account, it can then pull in the projects based on the different orgs that you have. So I want to use like my big fix testing org, and I want to import this project, and then I check it. And then it says at the bottom, successfully imported kind of thing, right? Now what I can do is I can go to that project. So in this case, it's github.com/clarkio/node.js-goof. And I can, do fixes. Now, Sneak, because I already have Sneak hooked up to this account and this project, it's already created these PRs for me. There's other ways you can go about doing it. Like you can use Sneak in your IDE, which I've kind of demonstrated in the past before. Like in VS Code, where it shows me all these vulnerabilities that are in like this project, and I can go through them and fix them and do that kind of stuff, right? It'll tell me any open source issues that I might have for the dependencies, vulnerabilities found in the dependencies for this project, and so forth. And I can fix those locally, push those up to my repository, and then have it retest so that it can see the difference, right? So what happens is when I did that import, not on that one. Did I get the email? I still haven't gotten the email. When I did this import, what the app does behind the scenes, the way we wrote it, is it will go over to the Sneak API and says, okay, give me all the information about this project for this user's project as part of their Sneak account. And in there, we get a number of vulnerabilities that you have that are severity, categorized by severity: critical, high, medium, and low. We take a snapshot of that. So let's say there's 1 critical and like 3 high and 15 medium and 100 low. That will be the initial snapshot when you first import the project. Then as time goes on, the idea is you lower those numbers and you get points for the amount of the difference that you make there. And it gets graded on points. A multiplier system. So critical, you get 4 points for every critical vulnerability you close and remove. So in this case, this PR right now that Sneak opened up for me automatically, this is just one of the ways you can, implement fixes using Sneak as a tool for that, for vulnerabilities that you have. It's supposed to fix 4 high and 1 low, and potentially another high. And this is via a Sneak patch for some of the vulnerabilities that we have. So what I should see, and another way you can track this is going directly to your Sneak account. And I can go to my projects and I can tell it I want to look at the Node.js goof one, and in particular the package JSON. And I can see I have 2 critical, 42 high, and 41 medium, 6 low. Okay. So what I should expect is in merging this PR, my high should drop by 4, maybe 5 with this one, and my low should drop by 1. So we should go from 6 to 5 and 42 to potentially 38 after merging this fix. So first thing I need to do is I need to resolve conflicts, because I had other merge things going on that happened before this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take everything that's currently in main and I'm just going to delete that. And then I should be able to just leave the rest of this alone and then mark as resolved and commit that. Basically, I'm saying anything that's coming in this PR, just let that be the source of truth. Now it should... What? Okay, now it's mergeable. So I'm going to click merge request. And then what's nice is when I hooked up Sneak into this repository, it created webhooks via GitHub mechanisms that allow it. And it should trigger the change in numbers on the Sneak side of things. So I'm going to delete that branch. If I come over here, we should see these numbers drop when I refresh. Hopefully, fingers crossed. We're going to go from 42 to lower and 6 for high. And 6 should go to 5. Refresh. No. Am I in the right organization? Something I keep running into here. I gotta be in here. Schnikes. Because this is what I imported. If you go back here, the big TBF testing org. And I gotta be in TBF testing org. Oh, it didn't get retested yet. I run. So another way you can go about this to force the number changes, you can do a manual test. There's a click in the UI, a button in the UI. Oh, sorry, Max. I just bumped my foot on him. In any case, maybe our score has changed. Let's go to the leaderboard for traditional purple wildcat. Hey, we're seeing our name at the top now, at least. That's working for the PR. I just need to figure out how to get my score going here. All right, well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try and fix this critical vulnerability. Open up a PR directly under the big fix testing org. Skip all the other ones. Skip all the other ones. Open a PR fix. And essentially what I should see after this on the leaderboard is critical fixes should go from 0 to 1 critical fix. Why do I gotta sign into Sneak Labs? That shouldn't be the case. Oh, I see now. Dang it. Okay. I screwed up. This is the problem with me importing the same project into different organizations. And Nico, hey, howdy, clarkio. What are you up to? Good to see you, Nico. Welcome in. Happy to have you here. I'm working on the Big Fix app. And thank you for following. So it is a Node.js backend using Express with a MySQL database and Prisma as the ORM to connect and interact with and make queries against the database. Front end side of things, we're using Vue.js and Pania as our state store. And then we're using another like a component library called Quasar that helps build out tables and stuff like that. So the result of it is what this is. Now, myself and Micah, who was in the chat earlier, he's currently in a call, are the two developers on this project, and we're not designers. Our leadership ended up hiring a designer who's going to make this look way nicer, but this is what you get when you get just two regular old devs that don't have a design an ounce of design in our bodies, I guess. So this is it right here. What I need to do is probably switch to this org and import different project. This one here. I think this should be the correct one. And now if I go in here and I go into that org, no. I go into the clarkio org. Brian Sandbox org. Clarkio Node.js goof. I come in here. Let's try this now. So if I do fix PR, it should be against the clarkio repo. Looks super tidy compared to my project. Design is definitely not my strongest point. Good luck, mate. Yeah, same here. What are you doing? I thought you left. You're back already? That was fast. Good stuff. I appreciate the good luck, Nico. All right, so we're going to open up a PR, scroll all the way down because I have so many vulnerabilities in here. Now, this should be against clarkio, not Sneak Labs. Hey, failed to open a PR. Okay. Maybe let's try this one. Muck, ho, 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 dear Santa Claus is here. How are you, friend? I'm well. How are you? Why didn't text-to-speech work? Green wanted me to hydrate. Thank you, Green. Text-to-speech didn't work there, huh? I'm doing well. How are you, Muck? Maybe this will work this time? Everything's good. Glad to hear that. Chill and drill. Hey, we got a PR to open. Okay. So this should make the high go up one more for this user. High fixes should go to 1. Don't care about these checks. I'm just going to merge the pull requests. Again, this is against the clarkio node goof. Okay. Confirm. Delete the branch. So now this had a high of 43. If we refresh, it should be 42. Oh, it went down to 35. We fixed a lot by that one. All right, so now if we refresh the leaderboard, it didn't go yet. So the reason that may be is the scoring engine may not be. I don't think I have it running right now. I have to turn that on. So hold on, let me. What the scoring engine is, chat, is it's like a cron job that runs in the background. I have it currently turned off locally, so I'll just turn it on. And save that. npm run dev. Close my environment view. And share my screen again. All right, sweet. Sassy Molassy. Just double checking things. All right, that's running again. If we look at the logs, you can see starting scoring service, and then it should. We gotta wait. I think I have it running on every 2 minutes or so. Kron's still rescuing the day in 2023. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, so what we did is we have a on the server, but we need to work on breaking it out of the same server and into its own like node instance or a child process. But we have a service called the scoring engine service, which will go and pull all the projects that are part of the big fix for every user. As you see here, working on 8 users. It retrieves the projects for a current user. It's going to fail for some of them because it's got to use their authorization token in the database to call to the API. And if that's expired, then they got to go in and log in and update. All right, end scoring rollup. So that means if I refresh this, yes, look at that. We have 80 points now, chat. It's working. What's weird though is that like it's not highlighting this user like it was before. It seems inconsistent. I gotta leave and come back. Yeah, that's weird. We need to take a screenshot of that. So, take a screenshot of that. Back to the PR. Code changes look good. Currently testing functionality locally. So I'm gonna prove it because the code changes are like working mostly. The highlighting of, how did he describe it? The fixed row for a authenticated user in the leaderboard seems to not always show up. When first going to the leaderboard, it's fine and shows as follows. Right, I'm going to paste that in there. But I think I can reproduce this. So what I think is happening is if I refresh this page, oh, do a hard refresh. Chat, you saw that before, right? It wasn't highlighting in purple like that before. It's making a liar out of me. Okay, I guess it is working. If I close it, localhost 3000. Go to leaderboard. Close it. Go directly to leaderboard. No, it's still highlighting. Oh, there's 2. That shouldn't happen, I don't think. Sometimes it doesn't show, but I think it may be because the current user I'm testing with is in the lead, is in the top spot on the leaderboard anyway. Let's preview this. I guess it's not really changing anything. Show the row it's highlighted. I'm gonna leave it like that. You all saw that with me, right? Or am I just going crazy? I wonder if I sign in as a different user, how that... Maybe we'll check that out, actually. Let's go localhost 3000. I'm gonna manually trigger a new user. Hide my screen quick. Okay. All right, pretending that I logged in and everything, I got a logged in URL. Authorize. Authorize. Gave me a new user colored coral links. Now if I go to the leaderboard, it doesn't show me there. All right, let's authorize. I don't want to do that. How can I get this to work? It's not showing me as, or maybe this, I'll take a screenshot of this. Like, oh, maybe because the job didn't run yet. Oh, it just ran again. Updating score for user. That might be why. Because it doesn't have the user yet. This new user in the database to count a score against. To show in this table. That might be why. But in the meantime, let's, for instance, a new user. All right, a new user doesn't show up in top row of the table. Should they? Or... Man, I might wait another 2 minutes just to see if the cron runs again. Oh, it's running. Okay, okay. Did it finish? Alright, it finished. Let's see. If I refresh, if this shows up in the data now. No? Alright, so we could say this is even after the scoring engine completes a run. Should they show up? Let's see. All right. I mean, besides those little things, it's mostly working as you would expect, I think. This feels weird that it's there twice, you know? But I think I'm okay with that.
Hey baby, it's me. I was just calling to chat with you a little bit. I miss you a lot.
Really? A weird voice to have in the middle of a song, lo-fi song. Sounds like we're getting a little bit of pushback on that sign up button that we were talking about earlier, folks.
Bye, hon.
I don't know. I would think less clicks is going to be better. I could be wrong. All right. So we reviewed both PRs from Micah, merged one. I think we'll hold off on merging on this until we get a response from him. One of the things I wanted to work on today in terms of development. This song is confusing the heck out of me. I wanted to work on the security of it. So a couple of things are happening with this project. I don't think it's getting picked up in here. Is it? Maybe if I open up the package JSON file. I know when we run npm install, it does show me. What Sneak thinks of my dependencies. Do I have Sneak locally here? I do. Okay. Let's see. Test the project for open source. Yeah. So let's do Sneak test. Clear. Test. Oh. What was... Oh, it's npm audit. All right. So here's something that should be of value to people. NPM audit is, I think, great. Like, it's built in. It's a security type of thing. It's something that used to be called the Node Security Project that got absorbed by NPM as a company kind of thing. So NSP, Node Security Project, used to have its own CLI tool that would do similar. Like, it had its own vulnerability database and all this other stuff for open source dependencies in Node and JavaScript based ecosystem. Okay. It got absorbed by NPM, and that's what's built into NPM now. When you run NPM install, like I'll do it here, and you see what it spits out, NPM will be like, oh, we noticed you have these dependencies and there's 6 vulnerabilities in those, 2 moderate, 4 high. Now, what's interesting about this though, is if I run NPM audit, it's based on my understanding is NPM audit runs based on both your dependencies and dev dependencies, or any dependencies that you have. And so that's on by default. What Sneak does differently is it doesn't look at your dev dependencies unless you tell it to. It only looks at your dependencies, which are the ones that you're going to end up using in production, right? So to me, in my mind, I think that's better. I'm not just saying that because of any bias or anything like that. Admittedly, there will be bias because obviously I work at Sneak, but I personally think that's better for security purposes because the dev dependencies are just for local development type of stuff. I mean, yes, I want to be aware of things there and maybe check on that, but it's not critical to keep my app secure that my unless for some reason or another you're using your dev dependencies in production. If that's the case, then yes, you need to know that, but that's not typical. And I think that's pretty much bad practice if you're using dev dependencies in production. So in any case, that's what's happening here. So let's take a look at what it's showing me. It's showing me that I have git clone module, which is it's coming through my dependency on the view CLI. So I have a dev dependency in my package JSON. Oops, didn't mean to do that. The view CLI here, right? Again, I'm demonstrating what NPM audit's showing me. So NPM audit will show you dev dependencies and dependencies, vulnerabilities that are found or known at least in all of your dependencies. Where Sneak, as you saw before when I ran Sneak tests, is like, you're good. There is an option, Sneak test -- help. There should be a flag I can use. I don't know it offhand. I'm just looking through the help notes here. There's options for gray. I mean, the CLI can run against, as you're noticing here, this is the other difference, right? So NPM is limited to just NPM and like whatever dependencies you pull in for a Node and JavaScript project, where the Sneak CLI, you can use Maven. It supports Maven, Gradle, NuGet, NPM, Yarn, Python, Go. You see what I'm saying? This yet another reason why I would opt for that, because maybe your front end is using JavaScript and NPM for your dependencies there, but then your back end you're using Java or something like that, right? But there is an option. Oh, dev. Include development only dependencies. -- dev. See what I'm saying? That's not on by default though. All right, so that NPM audit, I don't care what it's saying there because that's all dev dependencies. I use Sneak to test to make sure that I don't have anything wrong in there. On the client side, let's cd / client. Let's do a Sneak test here as well, just to make sure the client side dependencies are good. All right, everything's good there. So now I know, from at least from the standpoint of my open source dependencies that I have in the project. The one other place that we need to test probably is in the root folder, like Micah said, that we use for the build. A build could potentially introduce vulnerabilities in there, and then if there's a vulnerability in there, an attacker could potentially try and while a process like a build is running, could exfiltrate sensitive information. That's something else that could happen. So we want to make sure that we don't have any any vulnerabilities in that regard. So we're going to run Sneak test here as well. So this is me manually testing locally using the Sneak CLI. What is it saying? Tip. Detected multiple supported manifests. Visual projects, scan all of them at once. All right, sneak test -- all projects. I thought I had already set that up. All right, it tested 3 projects. So there's package.json at the root of this project that Micah uses for building and deploying to a public server right here. And then we have package.json at the server level and a package.json for the client. And what's cool is Sneak can just be like, all right, it'll detect all package.jsons that I have throughout the entire parent folder that I have, which was 3, and it found there was no vulnerabilities for production dependencies. Cool. All right. So then the other thing that Sneak can do is what's called Sneak code. So it analyzes my actual code in the project and lets me know of potential vulnerabilities that are being introduced there. That's something that I know we're definitely, we have some things to address in that regard. So for instance, on the server, I know Sneak would complain to me. It's unfortunately in a weird spot. Like, I'm not using HTTPS. Don't think that's too big of a problem because where we're hosting it, it can present it as HTTPS from there. But if we wanted full end-to-end encryption, we could potentially implement a certificate as part of this. For now, I think that's something that we'll worry about later on when we're ready to like fully go to production. And if that's something that we need that full end-to-end network protection using HTTPS, or if at least at the node level where the domain is hitting, that's good enough. Something to discuss internally about that. It's something to keep in mind. And if you're not following along with what I mean by that, so let's say you have your computer, your user computer, let's say, and you're going through your browser, and you want to go HTTPS from the browser to bigfix.sneak.io. Right, all of that up to this point will be encrypted. So from your computer all the way to the hosting provider, up to their network, okay, will be HTTPS. Now, internally within their network, in order to route that request from their like DNS server all the way to the internal server that's hosting the node application, that right now is just HTTP. Right, and so that's going, and then it's going to like the Node.js API, let's say. You follow what I'm saying? So sometimes, you need and want HTTPS in this part of the leg of the trip over the network. Sometimes you don't need that. It all depends on the provider too. Like the way the provider implements their internal network, they usually isolate network traffic so that there's no snooping on other traffic in between things. The likelihood of a man-in-the-middle of attack, right? Which is a reason why you would want network-level encryption for these requests happening in here is way more slim, okay? Way more less likely for a man-in-the-middle attack happening at this point in the chain versus this point, from the user's computer and browser to the actual server or the network that the server is being hosted on. So like maybe they're at a coffee shop on a public Wi-Fi. You definitely want that to be HTTPS. If it's over HTTP, then it's more susceptible to man-in-the-middle attack and data being visible that you don't want visible. So that's what I mean by that, by this here. So the fact that Sneak is telling me about this in this regard right now for this, it's a good thing it's telling me that, but it may not be necessary in all cases unless I was exposing like this server directly on my home network as HTTP, for instance, right? But we're going through a hosting provider that has other security mechanisms in place, firewalls and whatnot to help protect in that regard. So pick and choose, finding balance in this type of stuff, right, when it comes to security. Let's see a question from TypeScript Tea Time. How does Sneak work for Svelte? Because it does super weird magic where it doesn't matter whether your dependencies are in dev depths or in depths. Well, in that case, then again, by default, Sneak CLI at least and other tooling, other ways of injecting Sneak into your overall workflow and pipeline for a project it by default is only going to be looking at your production dependencies. If you wanted to, you can turn on that flag to include the dev dependencies, and it will analyze that and alert you to that and block builds from happening if it finds vulnerabilities in those dependencies as well. So in that situation, because of what you're talking about with Svelte and the way Svelte works, it doesn't matter whether your dependencies are in dev deps or production dependencies. I would then recommend probably enabling that flag when scanning your Svelte project. Micah says, for what it's worth, I connected to the dev database and it's working fine for me. Can we merge in the other PR so I can deploy to Roku? Actually, just deploy the... All right, I'm just letting him know. Micah said check out because he's looking to merge and deploy the latest changes. Project Wrecked. Welcome in. What theme is this? It is Night Owl with no italics. And here's the direct link for you. But yeah, there you go. There's theme too. That tells you. That's the direct link as well. Oh, I forgot I still have ours. Yeah, no problem. And welcome in. Happy to have you here. And thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. TypeScript Tea Time says, that makes sense. Thinking about it by now, there might be some linter or plugin that checks that in Svelte too. Last time I've used it was quite some time ago. Yeah, I got you. Cool. And thank you for the question, TypeScript Tea Time. Project Rec just subscribed with Prime. That's super kind of you. Thank you for that support too. That means a lot. Man, you come in hot, answer your question quick, and you're like, all right, subbing with Prime. That's super cool of you. Thanks. Oh, I'm just replying to Micah in our work chat. All right. So there should be some other things that we need to address security-wise. Let's see what else. What? Nice. Bauer just messed up folded laundry. Dog. Learning JavaScript, so hopefully I can learn some stuff on here. Yeah, absolutely. So we have 2 goals each week when I stream. I stream every Friday at 12:30 p.m. Project Rec. Now that you're following and subscribed, you'll be alerted to that. And my 2 goals that I have is hopefully I hit on one, if not both of them. One is to make you laugh and kind of giggle or smirk and just get some type of laughing, humorous emotion out of you. And then 2 is you learn something new, whether that's small or big. Doesn't matter, as long as you learn something new, a little tip or trick, whatever it may be, that'd be great. That's what I'm going for. So it seems to be, I think Nafron was mentioning earlier, and somebody else also mentioned like that they, because yeah, it was Nafron who subscribed for 2 years and said of those 2 years they gathered a lot of information. So I'm grateful to hear that, and I feel like I'm achieving that goal. So hopefully you'll get the same, Project Rec. I think I'm caught up on chat now. Okay. So one thing we need to look at here. Perfect. Yes. Config. What is it saying? Cross-site request forgery protection is disabled for your Express app. This allows the attackers to execute requests on users' behalf. Consider using Helmet middleware for your Express app to protect against some well-known web vulnerabilities by setting HTTP headers appropriately. Yes. So I think we're going to try tackling this one today. And the reason I say we're going to try is because some of the security headers could break the way things work. Hector with the 100 bits out of nowhere. Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Hector. And thank you again. That's super cool of you. Here's something else that's recommended. You remove this disabled powered by from the server. Now, you all are watching me build this, so you know that this app and API is being built with Node.js and Express, so you know that technology. But typically, if you don't have this in here, what ends up happening is when you send a request to the server, Express by default will... let's bring up the network request, actually. Let's take a look at, like, I don't know, the leaderboard request and look at the headers, okay? And we want the response headers. And so if it's on, in fact, let's do that. Let's comment this out, stop this, and restart the server. npm run dev. Show you what I'm talking about. Chris Jones says not just Express. I think most servers do it. IIS, Apache, Nginx. Yeah, that's a good point, Chris Jones. And I'll tell you why. It's not like a huge deal to turn it off, but it's helpful to make an attacker's life more difficult. So, all right, but let me show you. What ends up happening is if I refresh the page now, let's clear the network, and we look at the response to, like, all right, even that. Is it in here? You see it says X powered by Express. And what that does is it gives, when an attacker's like doing reconnaissance and like trying to assess this application and look for areas to infiltrate and break through some security mechanisms for an application, the more information and details they can get when they're doing this reconnaissance, the more well equipped they are to try and find vulnerabilities. Okay, so in this case, what this is doing is it's telling them, okay, this is a Node.js JavaScript based server that's running this website, and it's using Express. So now with that information, they can go and look for vulnerabilities in those technologies and then start testing those out against this application, right? If they don't have that information, it's going to just make it more time consuming, and they might move on and just go try to attack some other application or website. You know what I mean? Essentially, what we're trying to do here is make their lives harder, their mission harder, so that they get deterred and just move on and not bother any further, right? But that's not always going to be the case. They might be super determined. They might be intentionally targeting this application because it's part of the big fix, and they just want to see if Sneak knows what their stuff, right? And so, you know, that could happen too, right? But anything to help that you can do that's simple enough, might as well do it. So what we do is we remove this so that it makes it more obfuscated and unknown to the attacker, and they have to do more research and more work to try and figure out and understand this application and take more time. The more time something takes, the better it's going to be. Chris Jones says it would typically reveal which version it's running to, so bad actors could look up and find vulnerabilities related to that version. Exactly. Good point, Chris Jones. Thank you for sharing that. TypeScript Tea Time says one of the first things you learn to do in Try Hack Me. And there you go. Further validating that. So we come back over here, we stop this, we uncomment this, save it, and what that does is it tells Express not to send that header anymore as one of the mechanisms there. So now if we rerun it again, it says it restarts, but I don't trust it. I've been intentionally rerunning everything manually every time. It's a bit annoying. I need to get a better development workflow set up for this project, but again, we've been in crunch time just trying to push through. And now if I look at like another request and I look at the response headers, it's still there. So I might be getting this wrong, I guess. But that's where Helmet will come in play too, because Helmet does that for me. Consider using Helmet. So how do we use Helmet? Well, one, let's get out of this branch. Hold on a second. Okay, share my screen. We're gonna check out main, clear. Git pull. Git check out, create a new branch, and we're going to call it security headers. Okay, now I'm going to npm install helmet. And helmet's pretty straightforward. Let's look up the documentation on that. I'm going to go to Sneak Advisor. So if you're not familiar with this, I highly recommend. This is a free tool. And basically, if you're starting a project and you're evaluating open source dependencies that you're going to pull into your project, a great way to evaluate it, not just based on the security of it, but also like the popularity of it and how well supported and maintained it is. Is there a community around it? You want that information to help you decide whether or not it's worth using that library, because you might pull in some other library that's like not maintained. It hasn't been touched in years, or updated and a new version hasn't been published in years. The maintainer may not be actively participating in the project anymore, and you get stuck and you really need it. You know what I mean? This tool here, Sneak Advisor, is going to help you avoid that. It helps me a ton in my own personal projects, let alone my work projects. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to look up helmet. It also supports other ecosystems. Right now, it's just NPM, PyAPI, Go, and Docker, with more that are planned to come. So here you can see right off the top, package health score, 94 out of 100. It's a really good score. Anything above 80 generally is pretty good, or 90 is really good, and so forth. And then it tells you the criteria. It evaluates that on the security of it. There's no known security issues, how popular it is. It's a pretty key project in the ecosystem. Maintenance-wise, it's pretty healthy, and the community is active. And how does it evaluate that? You can drill down deeper into these little cards here, security. All these versions don't have any known vulnerabilities in them that have been reported. Popularity shows how many downloads. 1 million, almost 2 million weekly downloads of this library. Pretty wild. That means it's super popular. Top 5%. Okay. Maintenance-wise, you can see how often they're committing. Last commit was 21 days ago. Last release was 2 months ago. That's all above my head here. And then community, right? They have a README. They have contributing guidelines. 50 different contributors to help support it. You get the idea. Okay. And then it gives you some documentation directly from the README on the GitHub, or you can just click to go view it on GitHub, which is what I'm going to do right now. That's weird. That's to a different project. Oh, those are code examples. If I want to look at the README, that's what I want to look at. So you npm install helmet, import it, which is what we're going to do here, and then we say app use helmet. So close that down. In my server, let's make sure we import like that. And we're going to say, let's get rid of this because I think helmet will help us with this. We're going to say app.use helmet. And we're just going to go with the default configuration options. There's other configuration that we can plug in here, but let's see how it works. The only thing it's complaining, and so notice how it stopped complaining about using helmet. Sneak code's pretty intelligent. All right, I guess sneak code's not running anymore for some reason. Authenticate again. Okay. I guess I just had to re-authenticate. All right, so you can see open source vulnerabilities, none. Sneak code just finished up and does code quality stuff too. But in the server, I can look at details on this X powered by thing. Refresh that. Let's open that up again. I think it bugged out on that. There we go. Consider using helmet middleware. So if I uncomment this, should trigger a rescan. Yeah, you see it's analyzing. It's at 50%. And it got rid of that. So it's no longer there. That's what's pretty cool about Sneak Code. To help detect vulnerabilities in my project, and I just did that. So now if I hover over this, CSRF protection is the only thing it's telling me about. Everything else is fine. All right, so let's see how it runs though. So this is what I want to double check here. We're going to npm run dev and see if it behaves any differently. One, we should see that x powered by header no longer being provided in the response, like we saw right here, like that. Let's clear this out, refresh the page, click on any, oh, now we got assets being blocked because of a content security policy. So we're gonna have to check with that. But let's take a look at like this one, which is a font, response headers. There is no X powered by, but we do see new headers, XSS protection, X-frame option, same origin, download options, no open, DNS prefetch. All these are security headers, strict transport security. What that does is it tells the browser to always use HTTPS whenever available, basically, and include subdomains. Okay. So what we're going to need to do, and then it also added some of these here. But the thing that's blocking some stuff is the content security policy. It's saying default source self. What we're going to need to enable is allow probably some of the avatars that are popping up. They're coming from a different service, a different website. So we need to enable that in this particular project. So how do I go about doing that? Let's look up the configuration. We have a refer policy, no refer. So this sets custom options for the refer policy. This disables the content security policy middleware, but keeps the rest. So I can potentially do that. I don't want to do that. I want to be specific. I want to enable the content security policy. But specify the options there. So we could say directives, script source, style source. So in this case, what's probably happening, if we look at the console log, it should tell us, refuse to load the image URL because it violates the following content security policy directive, image source self. So what I can do now, knowing that that's the error that's causing the avatars not to load up for me, I can go into that directive based on this here. I think there should be a better way of doing these options though. Let's open up the GitHub repo. Where are all your options? Helmet options. Each middleware's name is listed below. Most of the middlewares have options which are documented in more detail below. For example, to pass action denied a frame guard. Okay, so I got to go option and then content security policy and then an object like that. Roy, clarkio, sorry my net has been horrible all day today. Can't really watch with all this buffering. Just wanted to say have a wonderful stream. Thanks so much. I'll send it in there. Great to see you and sorry about the net issues. Thanks so much for stopping by and sharing your message. Hope you have a wonderful Friday and weekend. So I'm sending that in text in case it's hard for Roy to watch, who's in the chat right now on Twitch. All right. So what I want to do is come back here and in helmet, we're going to say, content security policy. And then we're going to say image. What was it again? img-source. Oh, directives and then img-source. Okay. Should be directives. img. See? Probably have to wrap that in quotes like that. And we're going to say self, and then it's space delimited. So we want to override and enable this URL. we can put it in like that, right? So we're gonna say, well, https evatar.io, I guess. We'll see if that fixes it for us. So space, paste that in there. I think that should be good. Let's double check one more time. Oh, it's an array, not space delimited. Okay. So let's make this into an array. Comma, this, and save. All right, so that should fix that. So let's stop and restart the server. All right, we're up and running. So now, notice how before, when we just implemented the content security policy as default from Helmet without enabling the evatar before enabling access to the evatar for images, right? And I'll explain in a moment what a content security policy is a bit better, because that might be yeah, no worries, Roy, about time. Because it might be confusing what a content security policy is, or maybe you're getting the gist of it, but you'll see. All right, so currently it wasn't working. If I refresh the page, though, should get the new headers. Oh, it's invalid source. So did I set it up wrong? Do I just get rid of the HTTPS and just say evatar.com.io, I mean? Oh, that's why. There's an extra quote in there. That might have been it. All right, let's stop and restart again. Whoopsie daisy. I had an extra single quote inside the domain of the evatar.io, and that's why it was doing that. And it came back as an invalid one. See the extra quote right there at the end of it? That's why. All right, so if I refresh now, okay, we got a different error. Error blocked by response, not same origin after defaulted to same origin by CoAP. What does that mean? That's a new one to me. Now I don't know what to do. Get. Let's look this up. Now we go to Google or DuckDuckGo or Brave. All right, I'm attempting to access my movie API that returns data including an image of a movie poster through React. Get that. Cores, res header, cross origin. You have CoAP enabled in the client. This is a great security feature that means CoAP. Everything data images on this website is mine, or I fetch from it from other websites using cores. So you have two options. The first one is to disable CoAP, but I assume that you don't want to do that. No, I don't think so. So the other option is to use cores for everything external. For example, when you fetch something, use fetch mode cores. Or to embed an external image in the HTML, use cross origin. Okay, so we might need to do that then. Because where is that happening? For instance, we're looking at the leaderboard. Go to our client. Cores is so much fun. Yes, Mr. Yan19. Gotta love it. It's like it's a blessing and a curse, right? All right, so we go to views, go to leaderboard view. How am I embedding these avatars? sources like that. So I wonder if I paste that in there. This might help it. A cross origin request. All right, let's see if that maybe helps. That's on the client side, so I shouldn't have to restart the server. Let's clear this and see if we get the error again. All right, I'm getting a different error. Kinda. Has been blocked by course policy. No access control allow origin header is present on the requested resource. Access to image from there has been blocked. Do I have cores in the server somewhere? Cores. That might be why. Let's add HTTPS avatar.io, right? Yep. npm run dev. It's like security is like great, but it's also can be a blessing to break your app, which is why I started doing it after. Did I restart it? Do I need to do like /star? No. Access control allow origin header. I wonder if that's actually being ignored because I think Helmet is doing access control. Let's see what it's got. Origin agents. By default, Helmet says the following headers. Okay, so it's not setting access control. So it is cores library. All right, let's check out the cores library to see. Sneak advisor again. Go check out cores, search for cores. Let's go to the repo to look at the docs on that. But it does it doesn't have that great of a score. They're all alternatives. Corsair 67. A highly configurable middleware compatible implementation for cores. It's not as good. What's wrong with this one? All right, so no known issues security wise. Popularity it's pretty popular. It's just low maintenance and community because last release was 4 years ago. So in some cases, so here's something to note, a little side note here. In some cases, when a library, I mean, super popular, look at this, 7.5 million weekly downloads. But in some cases, a library just does what it's doing and that's it. It doesn't need any changes to it, you know, unless there's known security issues potentially, right? But there aren't any at this point in time. So it does its job. Why would it need to have any recent releases? I don't know. I don't think it needs to, right? So last commit was 9 months ago. That's not too bad, in my opinion. If it was like 2 years ago, that'd be a little bit more concerning. So even though it's not that great of a score, that's why I said like around 80 or above is pretty good in my mind. 90 and above is fantastic. So I think that's okay. All right, getting back here though. Enable cores for single route. Configuring cores. Origin. Enabling course pre-flight. Allow list is an array. So origin. So this can be a Boolean, a string, a regular expression, an array, which is what we're doing. or a function. Methods. Access control allow methods. Access control allow origin cores header. So in this case, it was saying access control allow origin. That header's not being provided right now? Do I need to move the cores up, I guess? Let's move this up to maybe here. Configures the cores header possible values. What does this default to in methods? The default configuration is this. So origin is star. Methods is get, head, put, so it gets a pre-flight, continue, false, optional success. Let's change origin to star and see what happens real quick. Star, oops. String, star, gamma. Clear, npm run dev. And the other thing I'm wondering is like, what are the headers, response headers? It is not. It's still sending the express powered by. What the? There's access control, allow credentials. All right, let's refresh and see. So we're still getting the cores error. It is not. Access control, allow credentials. Look, so on that one, it's allowing it. Oh, because this is a different server. The request is going to eAvatar. So why is that being blocked? Access to image at that has been blocked by course policy. So the requested resource, so eavatar.io does not send course headers. So it doesn't matter what I set my, I don't think I need that. I don't think I need this. This does nothing for me, really. Okay. I don't think I need that. What I think I need, well, npm run dev. I think I need to remove that change I made to the client view. Let's see our other option of removing this. And getting back to that other area we had before. Yeah. All right, so let's see if we can dig into that a bit more. Now, if you try to do that, use cores as you should, the browser will throw an error. That means exactly that. That external server has to send the header this. If the external server has this header, you can fetch things using cores. If it does not have the header, you can fetch things with no cores without cross origin, but with COP enabled in your site, you can only fetch with cores. So the external server has to have an AOC. Okay. All right, so I'm in a tight spot. That server doesn't have any cores set up. Unless maybe there's a way. eavatar.io cores. Let's look in Google. There's a workaround. Da, da, da. Oh, that's something different, I think. Say site. I don't have anything. eavatar.io. What is that? Email linked avatars. What does this mean? Oh. Use simply append SHA-256 hash of a user email to that. You should customize it like that. Yeah, so this is like some free service that their server doesn't send. If I look at their responses, yeah, they don't send any. Oh, their server is powered by Express. That's what that was. It's not my server. They're sending that header. They don't have cores enabled on there. So I just got to turn off this co-op thing, I guess. It's just going to be a sacrifice I have to make. Cross-origin embedder policy, require corp. So I need to modify that in Helmet. Cross-origin embedder policy. Where's that located? Right here, options. Standalone example. All right, so what does this do? All right, let's understand this header. I've never learned about this header before. So it's a response header configures embedding cross-origin resources into the document. Directives, unsafe, none. This is the default value. Allow the document to fetch cross-origin resources without giving explicit permission through the CORS protocol or that. Require corp. A document can only load resources from the same origin. Credential list. I think we need that. Cross-origin requests are sent without credentials. In particular, it means cookies are omitted from the request and ignored from the response. All right, let's set that. Set it to credentialless. That's the default value. Okay, that sounds good. Hold on a second. I'll be right back, chat. Hi, honey. All right, chat, I'm going to fix this and then I got to go. Wifey's like, it's 5 o'clock. Come on. Let's go. So that's what we're going to do. All right, so we're going to say credentialless on this and see if that ends up fixing that one thing. So in here, we're going to say, what was the other option? Going back to the document, cross-origin embedder policy credentialless. Okay. Cross-origin embedder policy. It should give me IntelliSense. Cross-origin embedder policy. And then control space policy. Is that an object? No, it's just string. Okay. Credentialless. Let's see if that fixes our problem. Responding to Micah because I was letting him know. He's like, oh, what's going on with cores? All right, let's refresh. Come on, no whammies. Yay! There's the avatars. They're working again. So we have, I think, let's double check anything else is working or not working here. Where's another window where I'm logged in? And I actually have access to sneak stuff. Make sure nothing's broken here. Let's do a hard refresh. Okay, that seems to be working fine. If I switch to that, that works fine. If I do this, does that go through fine on my server? Yes. What else do I need to test? Let's try logging in as a unknown user again. Creating a new user, so it's like Control Shift N, localhost 3000. No errors in the console. Sweet. Click start fixing. Does that go through okay? Yes. All right, if I trigger an email, let me double check that off stream a little bit. Can't show you that, sorry. It's a secret. Or TBF cores helmet tests. Ah. Nice, that goes through okay. Let's check the email. Got the email. Copy the link address. I can share my screen again now. Paste that in here. Gonna authorize. I don't know why it does it twice. We got sensible maroon pie. Everything's working. No errors in the logs. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm gonna push this up. Add security headers via helmet. We're gonna push that up to the thingamababa. And then over here. Open up a PR. Adds use of helmet to create recommended HTTP security headers. Adds use of helmet to remove X powered by header. Node.js Express JS header. Configures helmet to enable eavatar.io alias image generation. Note needed to Relax the cross origin embedder policy to allow this to work. With credentialless. Okay. All right, chat. So now what I'll do is I'll have Micah review this. I'll probably have to review his other one first. Once that gets merged in, they'll do a git rebase into this branch to get those latest changes, which shouldn't impact my changes or have any conflicts, fortunately. And yeah, we're moving along. We're chugging along. So that does it for today's stream. Hope you learned something new. Remind me next time to talk through about a content security policy. But very briefly, what it does is it basically creates this contract between your server. Pause the music, Jim. A content security policy. I don't know why Pretzel Rocks is doing this. A content security policy essentially it's just a header, right? It's a header that gets sent to the browser of any user that's accessing your website. And what it's doing is it's creating this contract between that browser and your server that says, hey, browser, this is how I want you to handle interactions with my website. And I want you to restrict it to this policy, right? And in that policy, I can define whether I want to allow resources to be loaded just from my server, when I want to allow resources to be loaded from other servers. I can specify and I can say, maybe I want to allow HTML files and JavaScript files to be loaded from my server, but no other servers. However, as you saw what I did here, I want to allow images to be loaded up from another server, eavatar.io, right? So it tells the browser what it can and cannot enable to prevent things like cross-site scripting and other types of vulnerabilities that are capable of injecting resources into your application without you wanting to allow that, right? So it's telling the browser to be very strict, or well, as strict as you want it to be based on how you define those directives in the policy. So that's a very quick and dirty way of describing a content security policy. Hopefully it helped you learn a little bit about that. We can go more in depth on some of the directives that are there, but you saw some of them in action today. There's the default, and then there's the image source. Default source and image source. Default source defaults to self, which is the same origin of the hosting website. So in this case, localhost and port 3000. A port, I think, gets treated differently as like a different source than others. So like 3001 might be viewed differently by the browser than 3000, but don't quote me on that. I forget. But the reality is like a different domain. Sneak.io versus localhost as an example. Sneak.io versus google.com. Those could be different resources there. So anyway, hopefully you found that interesting and fun. Got some laughs maybe today, maybe both. That's what I strive for every stream. I appreciate you all hanging out here. Thank you everybody for the amazing support between the follows, the subscriptions, the gifted subs, the bits. I'm going to show some end credits that give an extra special nod to those folks that supported that way. But if you were here just lurking, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you just lurking. If you were here chatting, thank you for hanging out with me as well. I appreciate that. I'll see you next week. Same place, same time. Twitch.tv/clarkio or youtube.com/clarkio. Okay? Next Friday, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Next Friday will be February 3rd. We're on to February, chat. And being that much closer to the Big Fix event, which starts on February 14th. If you're watching on Twitch and you liked what you saw, you enjoyed it, and you want to see more of that, and you haven't followed yet, be sure to follow. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe to the channel. That way you can get more of this as well. I appreciate you all. I hope you have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Peace out.